Chapter 33. New Era. There was a hissing sound, like the air beneath the wheels of a train parked at the platform. Then a soft hum, and the bolts began to engage. The massive, hermetically sealed door slid open, and Kayemowicz stepped into the cell. Two bodies lay on the floor. Black bracelets gleamed on their legs, with steel chains extending from them to the walls. The professor stared at the motionless, hairy creatures with amazement and disbelief. Albert Borisovich crouched down next to one of the captives to get a better look at his face. While calling it a face was a stretch, it was more reminiscent of a beast's muzzle. The thick, wrinkled skin resembled the bark of an old oak tree, with rough folds running from Herman's forehead to his neck. The scientist touched the mutant with his fingers, wanting to make sure it was real and not a figment of his dreams. The creature shuddered, a soft growl escaping its mouth. Kayemowicz jerked to the side and crashed back into Kurochkin. "Quietly, they snore just like us, only a little more terribly. See how the jaws are deformed? The throat and airways have changed too." Robert Harisovich ran his hand from Herman's nose to his Adam's apple. "What's this? Where did you get these?" Albert Borisovich, stunned, wiped the sweat from his forehead, even though the cell was cool. The doctor looked at his watch with concentration. "Our search party stumbled upon this beauty by chance. There's a small workers' settlement not far from the bunker. Some of the people there had fled, but most had turned into those familiar, dim-witted, hungry creatures. During one of their forays, the scouts spotted someone fighting a zombie. At first, they thought it was a healthy dog or a lynx, but then they realized it was much more interesting. I asked Vlasov to bring the subject here alive. The soldiers tracked him for several days, and now he's right here before you." "And the second one?" "The second one is, a female," Robert corrected. "Now his girlfriend." An infected woman lay face down on a thick old mattress against the wall. Her name had once been Vita, but she'd been brought to the lab without papers, so Robert had come up with a new one. She'd recently turned 20, and she'd spent her birthday in the company of other infected people. Then, as if fate had bestowed a jubilee gift, Vita had strayed from her herd and stumbled upon a dying pig. This prey was enough to trigger the Nova virus to trigger further changes in her host. Now, not just her head, but her entire body was covered in light brown hair. The professor approached the female hybrid. "Do you feed these guys rats too? Or people?" "Oh, they're pretty picky about what they eat. For example, they wouldn't touch the unhealthy sausage loaded with dyes and flavorings. But oatmeal? Please, please." "Oatmeal? Are you kidding?" Albert Borisovich was taken aback. Kurochkin beamed with pleasure, shocking his colleague with ever-new facts. He was filled with pride at his superiority over Haimovich. Robert Harisovich sincerely considered the professor a genius, and this genius was amazed by the discoveries his young colleague had made. "Do they eat oatmeal out of desperation?" Albert Borisovich leaned over Vita's figure. "Don't let them look so skinny. These creatures are actually incredibly strong and agile. If you're left alone with this beauty when she wakes up, you won't last very long." "Thanks, she's not my type. How do they communicate with each other?" Kurochkin smiled, revealing a row of even white teeth. "At first they were squabbling, growling, and fighting. But we chained them up beforehand so they couldn't reach each other. And then, day by day, they began to get used to being close. We lengthened the chain and removed their initial contact. And a week later? Well, you'll see for yourself. We have to go now. The sleeping gas will wear off soon." The doctor glanced at his watch again and was the first to leave the chamber. Kayemowicz paused slightly and ran his hand down Vita's back. The mutants lay naked, their clothes long since discarded so as not to interfere with their bodily functions. Albert Borisovich wanted to examine her more closely and tried to roll her over. But at that moment, the professor thought he saw the female holding her breath. "Get out, quickly. Otherwise, I'll lock you in here," Karachkin threatened from the hallway. Kaimovich obeyed. But as he paused at the threshold, he suddenly heard a faint metallic clanking. The scientist turned around and nearly shit himself with fear. The infected woman was on all fours, glaring at him. Her blue eyes shone with an icy, ominous cold. The next second, Vita lunged at the professor like a lynx at a hare. Albert Borisovich screamed and flew out of the cell. The chain tightened, holding the infected woman in place. "She always wakes up first. The male likes to sleep longer," Robert laughed, rubbing his hands with neatly filed nails. Kaimovich didn't remember how they returned to the lab. In his mind, he remained there, in the chamber with those incredible creatures. The professor only came to his senses when Karachkin began snapping his fingers in front of his nose. "Hey, are you there? Can you hear me? I don't know where you flew off to, but let's get back." The young virologist, making sure his colleague was listening, motioned him to the monitor. Albert Borisovich stared at the screen. A video recording started, showing the mutants he'd already become familiar with, sitting shoulder to shoulder in the center of the camera. Herman began nibbling his partner's ear, and she pulled away, baring her teeth slightly. But that didn't stop the male. He became more insistent, and within a couple of minutes, the pair were copulating doggy style. Having watched to the end, Kaimovich caught himself sitting with his mouth open, like a surprised young man who saw a naked woman for the first time. That's the movie. This is already the 5th mating we've filmed. You have to admit, these guys are very loving. Karachkin brewed some green milk tea and opened a package of marshmallows. Kaimovich declined the dessert, but took a mug of tea. Incredible. So the process is reversible. They feel human needs again. I'm not sure reversible is the right word here. I think the process is ongoing. Hungry, dumb, primitive zombies are an intermediate stage before these creatures. It's like a caterpillar. It crawls, eats, fills its belly, and then suddenly, it turns into a butterfly. Butterflies are nice. What else did you learn about them? Every day with them brings a little discovery. We recently managed to scan their brain activity. Compare this. This is one of our zombie test subjects. Here's a scan of a human, and here's a male hybrid. I've entered him into the protocol as subject A and the female, respectively, as B. The professor began to study the data. The hypothalamus, which controlled hunger, was most active in the normal zombie. But Wernicke's area, which analyzed speech, was almost completely disabled in the infected. Pay attention to the cerebellum. Subject A has significantly higher readings than a human, Karachkin said, carefully watching his colleague's expression. The cerebellum is responsible for coordination. Yes, and believe me, they're far superior to us in this regard. These creatures are more agile and powerful, but they're also cautious and capable of learning. Kaimovich spent 10 minutes comparing the activity map of the main brain centers. The professor remained silent, but he kept pursing his lips and shaking his head in surprise. Everything is clear with the zombies, but these, mutants. I prefer to call them hybrids, Robert Borisovich corrected. The product of crossing a human and your virus. It's not mine. We discovered it in Martian soil samples. I merely enhanced its virulence and helped it adapt to our environment. Albert Borisovich began telling his story from the very beginning and couldn't stop. He laid it all out. The underground laboratory, his first test subject, his brief arrest, his head injury, and how he finally decided to commit his most horrific act. Kaimovich described the entire route in detail, including all the places where he spread the virus. How he miraculously managed to return to the country before the authorities imposed a quarantine. The professor wasn't just telling a story. He was practically confessing to a man he'd only known for a few days. The doctor proved a grateful listener. Albert Borisovich felt himself growing closer to this man with each passing hour, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. When Kaimovich finished his story, he felt both lighter and utterly devastated. "You sought to destroy humanity, but perhaps you brought it to a new level of development," Kurochkin whispered. "This is not a step. This is a mistake of nature," the professor objected. Who knows? Who knows? But in any case, the balance of power on the planet has seriously shifted. The handful of survivors left of humanity will soon have to compete not just with each other, but also with this new species. Albert Borisovich adjusted his cracked glasses on his nose. Do you think there will be many such hybrids? What triggers this mechanism? I think the virus needs time to prepare the human body for transformation. Notice their teeth? They quickly begin to deteriorate in zombies, crumbling and breaking. You'd think with teeth like that, the infected would sooner or later die of starvation, simply unable to chew meat. But this isn't a flaw in the body, but a step toward renewal. The virus activates genes responsible for the growth of new teeth. And not only them. Alas, for now we can only observe all this superficially. I'm not a geneticist after all, and neither are you, as I understand it. I understand viruses better than I do people, Kaimovich grinned sadly. But I see that they're changing more than just their appearance. The Martian virus requires proteins and amino acids to survive, so the infected attack and devour everything that moves. They need meat, blood, and these hybrids of yours eat porridge. Only the male. The female refuses so far, the doctor clarified. But I attribute that to the fact that she most likely underwent a late transformation. Her gastrointestinal tract isn't yet ready to accept plant foods. But this predatory beauty has taken a liking to stewed meat. We also print fried chicken-flavored briquettes for her on a food printer. They're practically pure protein, and she devours them. The boy, however, ate half a bowl of noodles yesterday. He's much more omnivorous. There are hordes of zombies in megacities. If even 1 in 1,000 becomes a hybrid, that would be a serious army on a planetary scale. Robert stretched his hands out in front of him, looking from his right palm to his left and back again. The question is, will they be able to produce the next generation? If Subject B becomes pregnant and gives birth to a healthy offspring, there might not be enough room on the planet for our descendants. Believe me, we will destroy ourselves. We won't need the help of hybrids. And yet, for a time, humanity will follow 2 parallel paths of development. But in the end, only one branch of the species' evolution will remain: the old or the new. The doctor lowered his left hand and clenched his right into a fist. How did the Cro-Magnons once push out the Neanderthals and everyone else? Judging by our romantic couple, hybrids socialize quickly. If they learn to form large, manageable groups and coordinate their actions, then we're, pardon the expression, screwed. Albert Borisovich lowered his eyes to the floor. He saw the mutants not as enemies, but rather as objects of study. Will you catch new hybrids? Produce. At least, I'll try. Tomorrow, I'll move one of my infected colleagues to a separate chamber and start feeding him intensively. Perhaps we'll get the first hybrid grown in lab conditions. Kaimovich narrowed his eyes and looked at his colleague doubtfully. And your major agreed to allocate resources for this? To waste food on zombies? Or do you have enough supplies for 100 years to come? There's enough food for this winter. Vlasov will agree to anything if we make a vaccine. During his last attack, he itched so much he tore the skin off his groin, so I gave him some healing ointment. The professor put his hands behind his back and took a few steps around the room. The medicine will be ready in a week, but we'll need an assistant. There's a suitable person among your captives. His name is Andrei Kuznetsov. There was a girl in the helicopter with me, Maria. I want you to release her and assign her to be Tanya's nurse while she recovers. As for the other two, I don't care about them. I think Miron Mikhailovich will approve of these terms. By the way, I see you need new glasses. Unfortunately, we don't have anything suitable, but Vlasov is preparing another foray into the village. I'll ask the scouts to go door to door and get you some new optics. Special thanks for that. The already positive Kurochkin began to beam with joy. Many exciting discoveries await us. We are on the threshold of a new era. An era of extinction, evolution, and renewal. The professor looked at him with a kind, almost fatherly gaze, skillfully hiding his true thoughts. I see you like it. You don't have to thank me. I don't mind playing with your hybrids. For now, I'm interested. Chapter 34. Strangers. When Max led Gordy and his two companions out of the forest, he decided that he had had enough, and it was time to say goodbye to this company. Well, good luck to you. I'm off to my... Wait, son, don't leave us here. We don't even have a home. Nowhere to go. Galina wailed, squeezing out a tear. Sova was slightly offended by the word son, but he remained silent. Gordy looked sullenly at his feet and mumbled his lips, as if he were constantly chewing something. And Lidka quickly picked up her mother's tune and began singing in second voice. We spend the night in the forest, hiding from bandits and cannibals. How do you save yourself? Where do you live? So, they're asking for a visit, the teenager realized. What should I do with you? Take you to Dalny? What if the men aren't happy that I brought strangers to them without asking? On the other hand, Fyodor was complaining about the shortage of men. Every pair of eyes counts. Sooner or later they might find the village themselves, and who knows how they'll react then. Max scratched the bridge of his nose and frowned. Basically, we live in this one village. They've sort of taken us in, but we're not the main people there. The elders will decide whether to take you in or not. Yes, we agree to everything. We're hard-working, healthy, and don't drink. Galina glanced at Gordy, who nodded but not very convincingly. We have strict discipline. 1 step to the left, 1 step to the right, you're shot. The teenager decided to intimidate, just in case. Lidka wiped her snot with the sleeve of her sweater and began chattering in a slightly shrill voice. Oh, we lived under such discipline it was a real shame. We had one tyrant, but he disappeared somewhere. Now we're just wandering around like tumbleweeds. We are simple and quiet people, Galina interrupted. We just need a dry corner and a piece of crust. Sova thought the aunt had deliberately shut her daughter up before she blurted out too much. There was something about them that Max didn't like, but he couldn't figure out why. Some kind of unpleasant energy emanated from these people. I'd like to send them far away, but since I've already promised, I'll have to keep my word. As he approached the car, the teenager gave the signal and waved his arms. The girls weren't thrilled about having to take the rescued men to Dalny, but they didn't argue. Lena had to make room. Galina and Lidka, with their fat asses, sat in the back seat, almost crushing her against the door, while Gordy, groaning, climbed into the SUV's trunk. The tramp's clothes were permeated with the smell of sweat, smoke, and dirt, making the car immediately difficult to breathe. When the village rooftops came into view, Katya began scanning the field for the silhouette of a helicopter. A glimmer of hope about Max's hypothesis still lingered in her mind. What if the president really did decide to land in Dalny? The SUV stopped in front of a sliding gate chained to fence posts on both sides. Lisitsina turned off the engine, and the men climbed out. Gordy stepped aside slightly and immediately lit a cigarette. Lena winced at the pungent smell of cheap cigarettes. Mother and daughter whispered quietly, examining the defensive fortifications of barbed wire and a deep ditch. Here and there, scraps of clothing from the infected who had tried to break into the village still hung on the iron spikes. Finally, the barn locks clanked, the chains rattled, and the gates rolled back. The newcomers were met by Fyodor and Boris. "Hello, young people. It seems to me that most of you left. But where are the rest?" the Cossack asked warily. "We'll explain a little later, in private. We met some people along the way, and the Elans almost ate them." Max nodded toward the newcomers. His voice sounded slightly guilty, as if the teenager was justifying himself for dragging this tale along. "I'm Galia, and this is my daughter Lidochka," the woman mumbled in a deep voice, introducing the entire group. The mother's hands trembled slightly with excitement, and her eyes blinked rapidly. "Gordy," the man hastily put out his cigarette and held out his dirty palm. Next to his companions, Gordy resembled a skinny goat who had found a home with 2 plump cows. His short beard grew in wisps on his sunken cheeks. His small, slightly cleft chin merged almost immediately into his neck. He hunched heavily, making him appear even shorter compared to the tall Galina and Lidka. The border guard stared at the trio with his one eye, scanning each of the guests as if with a scanner. "Where are you from?" "I'm from Materbekovo. They're the Baranovskys," explained Gordy, looking at the men like a frightened, hungry, but bite-capable mongrel. Yes, we'll talk now," Boris lisped, waving his hand toward the house. Lisitsina gazed longingly at the jagged strip of asphalt in front of the hood. Sova understood her thoughts, but didn't know what words to use to console her friend. "They didn't arrive," was all the teenager could squeeze out. "The worst thing is that this base in the Urals has stopped communicating." Katya's face sank completely, and tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. "They will come back, I believe. I feel it. We just have to wait." Lena's quiet voice didn't let the hope fade. Galina caught every word, pricking up her slightly protruding ears with large lobes from which massive gold earrings had previously dangled. "Did something happen?" Lidka asked, licking her full lips anxiously. "No, everything's fine," Katya answered with slight irritation. Her tone made it clear to everyone that it was best not to interfere. Everyone, that is, except Lidka. "What if we can help in any way we can?" the girl persisted. "You can't even help yourselves. I told you. Everything's fine. None of your business." Lisitsina barked, making the women shrink back into their seats, their eyes wide with fear. Fortunately, the drive wasn't far. The car soon pulled up outside Fyodor's house, where Oksana was already waiting behind the gate. She had been tasked with settling the new arrivals, and with her characteristic hospitality, the hostess began fussing over their needs. After inspecting the vagabonds, and more importantly, smelling their scent, Oksana immediately ordered the sauna to be heated first. They were given a small house next to Valentin the dentist, and clean clothes were found. After the guests had washed up, they were invited to the table. A glass of moonshine loosened the already chatty Galina's tongue. Her daughter chattered just as much as her mother, and only Gordy said little, but ate enough for 3. Meanwhile, Max, Lena, Ksyusha, and Lyoka went to the duty room, where Petya was keeping watch. The young people gathered in their circle and exchanged the latest news. Dad's an excellent pilot, and their helicopters are the most reliable. They couldn't crash, the president's son said, swallowing the lump in his throat. He'd flown with his father many times, and dreamed of learning to fly himself when he grew up. Maybe we ran out of fuel? Had to get off somewhere early and walk? Leka suggested, glancing out the window where a pair of crows hopped near the fence. Everyone wanted to believe the best, so the friends tried to reassure themselves. Max used a hatchet to carefully sharpen the pegs for the new line of fortifications. I think that's the most likely scenario. Your dad and Engineer Zhenya were counting on having just enough fuel. But anything could have happened. Like a strong headwind, or they didn't refuel them completely. By the way, do you know what kind of bunker that is in the Urals? No, I wasn't privy to these secret matters. My father used to say that the relatives of the country's top officials are their most vulnerable points. The less they know, the better. Oh, I'd really like to go into a bunker like that, Ksyusha smiled dreamily. You promised me a tour, didn't you? Yeah, right away, the president's son sighed. They're not very happy to see us without Lev Nikolaevich, to be honest. That Malishkina, brrr, Lena shuddered. When Chernov seized power, she started to suck up to him like the last bastard, Peter recalled. Or maybe we should dispossess her. Send a delegation, like for a visit, and knock the crown off this queen. There are hardly any fighters left, I take it. Max and Ksyusha liked Leka's plan, but Petya didn't support the idea. No coups yet. The last thing we need is someone dying. We're waiting for my father, and then we'll see. Well, I'm not suggesting tomorrow. What I'm curious about is this. If there was a helicopter in the bunker, why the hell did we get to Galenjik by boat? We could have just flown there and back. Lyoka glanced at Max, who just smirked. Yeah, right. Malishkina would have howled like that. She's a nervous wreck over every sugar pill. And here's a helicopter, fuel, and for strangers. They only flew because they were talking about a vaccine. Lena confirmed her brother's words. Yes, then it would definitely have come to shooting if you had tried to take the helicopter for yourself. But you saved us from the zombies, and Lev Nikolaevich too. Doesn't anyone care? He's the boss there, Ksyusha protested. The owl lowered his voice and muttered, Looks like he's not that important anymore. Father has changed since the coup. He won't fight for power. He no longer needs it. The friends fell silent. The frightening uncertainty about the fate of the missing crew weighed on everyone, but especially on Peter. I didn't like the people who came with you. Ksyusha suddenly changed the subject. Their eyes were angry and envious. I'm not thrilled either, but they were so attached that I had to take them. I figured I'd let your elders decide what to do with them. They were bound to come here sooner or later anyway. And it's understandable that they were envious. They lived off the land in the forest, and here's such an oasis. If people are normal, let them live. There's enough work for everyone, Leka said with a fatherly intonation. There was indeed plenty of work. The farm was growing. The sow had given birth to a large litter, and a few days ago, a sturdy bay gelding had arrived in the village. The men were renovating the village, turning it into a large fortified farm. A new corral was being built. The barn was being insulated for the winter, and they decided to tear down one of the houses to the foundations and make a cowshed in its place. Galina and Lida were assigned to look after the animals, and Gordy was assigned to the construction site. A few days passed, and everyone quickly became accustomed to the newcomers, although no one seemed particularly fond of them. That evening after work, Gordy kicked off his shoes at the door and, his holy socks stomping on the laminate floor, headed to the kitchen. The women had already finished dinner. Lidka was drinking tea at the table, and Galina was heating up some Navy-style noodles in a frying pan. "You've been taking a long time today," the aunt said in a deep voice. "Yeah, they've got me working hard, those damned communists. They won't let me straighten my back," Gordy said, his gaze sliding over her plump backside in her tight blue leggings. "You don't have to bend your back in the forest." "Do you want to go back?" Lidka quipped, chewing on a bun. "You weren't asked what I want and what I don't want," the man snapped, but didn't raise his voice. He knew his mother could knock him to the floor with a single blow. She weighed twice as much as he did and could stand up for herself and her daughter. Despite the fact that the three of them lived in the same house, there was no relationship between Gordy and the women. They all slept separately. The epidemic had simply brought the vagabonds together, and now, out of habit, they clung to each other to survive. But they also quarreled and fought almost daily. "It's a shame Sasha the agronomist died. He would have come in handy here. He was a smart man." The woman coughed and dumped fried noodles into a plate. Gordy began dinner in silence. The kettle hummed, the ceiling lights flickered, and the dark silhouette of a cherry tree with fallen leaves swayed outside the window. Everyone was enjoying the home comfort they'd dreamed of on chilly nights in the autumn forest. People were afraid to return to their home villages, remembering the horror that had unfolded there when the anarchy began. The perpetually gloomy Gordy closed his eyes blissfully as he devoured his dinner. Lidka sat across from him, slurping her lips as she noisily sipped hot tea from a saucer. Galina was trying to thread a small needle to mend her jacket. "We were taking apart the roof today. I hit my finger. I thought I broke it," complained Gordy, showing his little finger with a blue nail. "Why did you take it apart?" Lidka leaned back lazily in her chair, swinging her leg. "We need to strengthen the perimeter. But that's not the point. So, I'm sitting on the roof, looking around, studying the surroundings. And then I see, in the neighboring lot, 4 cars parked side by side. The cars had no wheels, so at first I thought they were being dismantled for parts. Then I looked closer, and the cars were full of holes." "What kind?" Galina mumbled, not looking up from the stubborn thread that stubbornly refused to slide through. "Bullets." Gordy's mouth stretched into a semblance of a smile, and he looked mysteriously at his interlocutors. Lidka furrowed her brows thoughtfully and stared at him. "And what?" "These cars look familiar. The Neva Proton was definitely ours. I'd recognize it even without the license plate." "What Neva? The gray one? Pashkin's?" The man realized from the girl's intonation that her slow-witted brain had finally gotten through. Mother and daughter exchanged glances. "Maybe they found her?" Galina suggested hesitantly. "I started looking further and saw our pickup truck under the canopy of another house. It was also riddled with bullets, its windshield shattered. That's who took out Javarek, along with all his riflemen." Gordy fell silent, observing the impact this news had. Fear and disbelief swept across the women's faces. Galina crossed her arms over her enormous protruding chest. Javar would have found his bullet sooner or later anyway. He wanted to tax the entire area, and that's why he ran into trouble. "And why Sasha?" Lidka sobbed, wiping her fleshy nose with her palm. "For company. As far as I understand, they didn't take any prisoners, so they killed everyone. And if they find out that Javar and I were there, they'll kill us too. They won't recognize you, unless you start barking like a mangy dog," the aunt hissed. "Me lying? You better rein in your chatterbox daughter. Let her use her brain when she's blabbering." "What am I babbling about?" Lidka fumed. She was no longer inferior to her mother in strength, but she was far more foolish than her younger self. "And that," Gordy shook his stubby beard, leaned his hands on the table, and leaned forward. "Why did you start blabbering to that brat on the road about the tyrant? And you even added that he disappeared somewhere. Good thing the kid wasn't from around here. He didn't get it. Don't you dare even peep about it to the locals." That brat saved your tattered hide, Lidka retorted. Did I even ask him? I didn't need his help. As soon as it got dark, I would have calmly climbed down from the tree and left. At this point, Galena couldn't stand it any longer. But we could use your help. We don't know how to climb trees like that. The rabid ones almost ate us while you were hiding on a branch like a monkey. There's no need to be so clumsy. You'd be more agile. You filthy goat. Following his words, a mug of hot tea flew into Gordy's face. Impulsive Lidka jumped up abruptly and reached for the frying pan. You scalded me, you bitch, the man yelled, throwing himself at her with his fists. Stop! Calm down! The mother slammed her hand on the table, stopping the fight. We need to think about what to do next. This is a good place, protected. The farm is well established. The daughter sat back, still red with anger. I don't want to leave here either. If he doesn't like it, let him go. The people here are normal. They accepted us right away. They've accepted us as farmhands. Now we have to toil from morning until night for a piece of bread. Was it any different under Jawar? They cooked, washed, and did all the dirty work the same. Oh, right. It was easier for you. You didn't have to work as his minion. Galena grinned, recalling old grievances. Gordy remained silent, knowing that if it came to a fight, he might not be able to hold his own against two stocky women. Under Javar, Gordy served as something of a caretaker and, indeed, didn't burden himself with work. Their gang had settled in the forest at the Nirvana Recreation Center. Gordy's subordinates included one lame mechanic, 5 women with children, and several old men. He commanded them, ensuring the camp was kept clean and tidy. When Jawar and his fighters disappeared, squabbles erupted within their impoverished community. Eventually, some people left. And then, the zombies descended. Only they survived, and since then, the 3 of them have been homeless in the open. Gordy recalled that on that fateful day, he was also supposed to be riding with Javar's detachment. But the day before, he had sprained his ankle and was left behind at the base. That's it. Stop bickering. We need to stick together, Galena said with a conciliatory look. It's a good place. You're right about that. I just need to get it for myself. There aren't many men here. First, something might happen to one, then another. And we'll get the school kids and women under our thumb. Gordy scratched his stubby beard, a plan forming in his cunning head. Chapter 35. Crematorium. Dina placed a cutting board on the table, picked up a large knife with a homemade wooden handle, and unwrapped the package. The frozen rabbit carcass had thawed. Time to butcher it. Her arms still felt a little weak, and her head was spinning occasionally. But these were minor nuisances compared to the hell she'd just endured. For several days, Dina teetered on the brink of life and death. During this time, she lost almost 7 kilograms, and when she came to, she could barely stand. Everyone believed Regina had poisoned her young rival, but the former pharmacist never confessed. Dina noticed a large purple bruise under Regina's eye and realized Natanich had interrogated her thoroughly. Now the tension in their small family grew even greater. Escape plans were put on hold. Red-haired demon didn't dare leave alone. Soon the temperature outside dropped below 20 degrees, and Haritan announced they were returning to the village and gave her a few days to recover. Dina barely survived the return journey to Mejdugorsk, even though she was traveling lightly, without a backpack or heavy gear. While the captive fought for her life, Natanich wasted no time and, with the rest of the men, set up a new base. They moved into the chairman's house, a 2-story brick mansion with an automatic coal-fired boiler, a separate water well, and a small diesel generator in the basement. The 20-acre plot, fenced in by a high fence, offered excellent visibility from all sides. Moreover, the cottage was located on the outskirts of the village, next to the forest. Vadik and Diamond filled every cupboard with warm clothes and filled sacks with noodles, cereal, sugar, salt, and canned goods. The chairman had stocked up on coal in the spring, and now, if used sparingly, it could last for several winters. The new house seemed 10 times larger to Dina than Badger's hut. There were no drafts, the floor didn't creak with every step, and the soot from the old stove was gone. But this didn't make the captive happier. She would have agreed to return to the little house in the forest, but who would let her go? Karatin had cooled considerably toward the pharmacist, and now made Dina his full-fledged, beloved wife. Regina was no longer allowed to do any kitchen work. Natanich was afraid the vengeful pharmacist might poison him too, and didn't know what to do with this jealous woman. He couldn't bring himself to kill her or throw her out. Regina swore she was innocent, but they didn't believe her. But they didn't execute her either. The rabbit was stewing in the pan, filling the house with its delicious sizzling sound. Dina poured in a bag of dried vegetables for added flavor and closed the lid. The chairman was a thrifty man, at least when it came to his home. And while the potholes in Mejdugirskoye hadn't been patched for years, his cottage had a 2 million ruble kitchen. Dina turned down the stove and filled a pot with water. The rustle of Yuliana Andreevna's soft slippers was heard. "Is it boiling yet?" "I'm just putting it on," the girl answered quietly, opening a package of pasta. "Come on, hurry up. They should be here soon. We need to get it ready." Hyariton gets really grumpy when he's hungry. Outside the window, in the distance, the roar of gunshots was heard, and both women pressed themselves against the glass. "God forbid, not in ours," gasped Pooh's wife, and crossed herself. "That's weird. The zombies seem to have all frozen to death. I thought there was no one else in the village except us." Dina knew from conversations that Natanish's raids weren't always peaceful. The leader was clearing the village of rivals. The men killed everyone who remained alive and still able to resist in order to gain complete control of the area and all its resources. "Maybe we should go up to the redhead? Let him ask on the radio what happened," Uliana Andreevna said, looking up at the ceiling where Diamond was keeping watch on the second floor. "No need. That's exactly what they need us with our questions now. We'll find out soon enough." 30 minutes later, Hyariton and Puk burst into the house, carrying the wounded Vadim. The boy's jacket was soaked in blood, and a large hole was visible in his stomach. "Reginka, where are you? Damn you! Come here, you're going to operate!" Natanish barked so loudly that it seemed as if even the thick brick walls were shaking. "Me? What? I'm not a doctor. I just worked in a pharmacy," the retired wife muttered in fear. "You're still the one closest to medicine. Give me some painkillers," demanded Pooh, laying the wounded man down on the sofa. A commotion, running, groans, sobs, and cursing ensued. Uliana Andreevna fetched a bucket of boiled water. Her husband shouted something about Novocaine to the pharmacist. Hyariton cursed, and Dina simply stood frozen in the doorway, watching from the sidelines, detached. Vadim died an hour later. The whole time, he screamed and groaned almost non-stop. Then he started choking. Dina saw blood pouring from Vadim's throat, ran into the room, and burst into tears. She imagined herself in his place and realized how much she wanted to live. No, it was too early for her to return to that dark and empty place. She wanted to see, feel, and learn so much. Hariton sent the redhead to dig a grave. Dima, using a shovel and crowbar, laboriously dug a narrow, meter-deep hole in the frozen ground. "That'll do," Natanish approved. The deceased was wrapped in an old sheet. No one wanted to bother with the coffin. After filling the grave, Pooh stuck a cross made of 2 boards into the snowdrift. "It'll just stand there for now. I'll cut out the sign later and screw it on." Dinner turned into a wake. A bottle of vodka appeared on the table, an item now only brought out for special occasions. Hariton swung his glass and recounted how they'd fallen into an ambush. "They were breaking into a house on Mayakovsky Street. Everything was quiet, not a soul around. I was prying open the lock with a crowbar. Vodka was standing guard. Suddenly, someone fired from the neighboring property. Pooh and I fell into the snow, and Vodka got shot in the gut. They started shooting back. I climbed over the fence, went around to the side, and took the bastard down. So he came from our quarry, the bastard." "Why did he shoot then? Didn't he recognize you or something?" Uliana Andreevna gasped. "That's the point, I found out. That's why I started shooting. I was aiming for Hariton, but I hit Vadik," Dina thought, slowly chewing the stewed rabbit. "Was he alone?" Regina asked timidly. Natanich didn't deign to look at her and only muttered under his breath, "One was." That night, Hariton fucked Dina especially passionately and roughly. The concubine winced and moaned beneath him, not at all from pleasure. As luck would have it, it lasted unusually long. When Natanich finally got off her and went out onto the porch for a smoke, the girl decided that tomorrow she would propose to Diman herself. The red-haired man hadn't brought it up since last time. It was understandable. After the poisoning, Dina could barely move around the house, let alone into the woods with a backpack. But a couple more days and she'd be stronger, and during that time she needed to prepare and think things through. But Dina had one more unfinished task here, and the captive began it the next morning. After breakfast, Karaton took Demon on another foray. Pooh remained in charge at the lookout post. Dina waited for Uliana Andreevna to take his breakfast upstairs and then went outside. Since the poisoning, she had been barely supervised, and the girl calmly walked toward her home. With the onset of frost, the village became safer. The zombies were frozen stiff and lay as blue corpses in the snowdrifts, many already buried beneath the snow. Natanich and his company had killed the remaining survivors, and now the entire area belonged to them. The snow shimmered beautifully on the roofs and branches. The roads were blocked, and any signs of life were now traced by fresh tracks. Dina spotted the paw prints of a large dog, and a crow sauntered past the fence, leaving behind trails like arrows. Almost all the paths now led to their cottage. The men brought back something valuable every day. Last year's jam from the cellar, salted meat, canned goods, clothing, skis. They'd recently managed to get their hands on 2 hunting rifles and a box of cartridges. Karaton was a practical man. You couldn't go wrong with him, that was for sure. But Dina wanted to abandon all this, grab her backpack, and run back to the badger hut. Let the drafts blow and the stove smoke with damp wood. The main thing was to be alone so as not to see those faces. The well-trodden path ended. Their marauding band hadn't been here in a long time. The girl sank into the snow up to her knees, but she continued stubbornly. She felt strong again and realized she was ready to take the risk. All that remained was to negotiate with the red-haired demon and wait for the right moment. There was her home, the fence broken down, the door wide open. Dina shivered. Her thick jacket was warm enough, and it wasn't the cold that was causing her goosebumps. There were no footprints near the porch. The snow lay flat, like a white tablecloth on a holiday. She hesitated for a few seconds. It's just as cold in the house now as it is outside. If zombies got inside, they must have frozen to death. Dina decided she had no one to fear. The scariest person in the entire village was Hariton, but he was already doing whatever he wanted to her. The steps on the porch suddenly creaked loudly. She stepped over the threshold, glanced around the hallway, and slowly made her way to the bedroom. Her grandmother was still lying on the bed, or rather, what was left of her after Herman's visit. The granddaughter squealed, looking at the frozen pool of blood, the face eaten to the bones, and the hanging hand with bitten-off fingers. Forgive me, please," whispered trembling lips. Dina ran out of the room and fell onto the frost-covered sofa. Tears barely had time to roll down her cheeks before they froze. "Stop! Pull yourself together! You can't let this get you down. Grandma doesn't care anymore. It's just meat. What difference does it make if it rots in the ground or in a scavenger's stomach? I need to pull myself together and finish this." The girl sniffled and climbed into the pantry where a can of kerosene was stored on the attic. A few minutes later, the bedroom was filled with smoke. The curtain, the wool sweater, the frost-covered sheets burst into flames. The fire crackled and spread across the room. Dina was already standing outside, watching the flames dance behind the glass. The house began to hum like a huge furnace. The linoleum began to melt, and huge clouds of black, toxic smoke billowed into the sky. They couldn't bury Grandma, they had to cremate her. She wouldn't have an urn with her ashes to remember her by, but so be it. She'd never forget her anyway. It's done. Time to go back. The girl almost thought, home. But no, there was her house, ablaze like a tar torch. And there was just a cage, warm, relatively safe, but still a cage. Dina turned and walked back along the beaten path. The fire had already engulfed every room and spread to the roof. The snow around the house began to melt. But you were wrong. You burned everything down in an hour, and an hour later the big fire went out. But at that hour, everyone felt warmer. Her ex, Genka, loved to belt out at drunken parties. I wish I could blast it loud and clear on the street right now. Suddenly, Dina heard hot breath behind her. She looked around and immediately collapsed into a snowdrift. Something large, covered in thick brown fur, knocked her off her feet and grabbed her thigh. Dina yelped, tasting blood mixed with snow in her mouth. The creature growled and tore her clothes to shreds. "Bear!" the girl thought in horror, realizing that she couldn't escape the connecting rod. A sharp pain shot through her leg, a jolt of electricity ran down her spine, and the wounded woman arched in despair. But Dina quickly realized it wasn't a bear. The club foot would have already torn her with its claws, but this one only bit. Although bears and wolves are as good as each other, it doesn't matter whose fangs you die by. The girl screamed, yelled, and writhed, further provoking the hungry predator. For a moment, the beast's jaws loosened, only to snap shut on her shoulder. Sharp teeth slid toward her throat. The roar of the burning house merged with the furious gurgling in the predator's throat. Dina was falling again into the bottomless pit of death from which she had only recently emerged. Something thundered above her ear, like a sledgehammer striking iron. The predator didn't move, but suddenly loosened its grip and crushed her with its entire mass. The dead body lay frozen on top of the girl. Voices were heard, but Dina couldn't make out the words and only moaned piteously. Finally, the beast was tossed aside, and the girl took a deep breath. "A Caucasian, a seasoned dog," Hariton spat, examining the bloody corpse of a Caucasian shepherd. Dima unbuttoned the wounded woman's down jacket with shaking hands. "Are you alive? Say something. Where does it hurt?" I've been here," Dina squeezed out, sobbing. "Can you get up?" The redhead gently helped her up. She grabbed his shoulder with one arm, limping on her bitten leg. Grandma's house crackled and popped in every possible way, as if mocking Dina. Flames were already flickering above the roof, and a column of smoke hung like a black cloud over the village. Dirty ash and soot ate into the pure white snow. Finally, the ceiling collapsed, burying the old woman's charred body beneath. Natanich cursed, grabbed the dog by the hind legs, and pulled him along. "Look how lucky we are, Dinka. The dog wanted to eat you, but in the end, we'll be the ones eating it. I'll give you the skin, and you can use it as a rug by your bed." The crows, swaying on the wires, watched the humans and their prey with wistful eyes. They hadn't gotten any fresh carrion today. Chapter 36. Practice. Kornilov was escorted down a long gray corridor. Lev Nikolaevich felt a strong sense of déjà vu. It all resembled Chernov's rebellion. At that moment, the president was shown his new place in the social hierarchy. Kornilov hadn't clung to power in the bunker. Had he been removed legally, without a riot or bloodshed, he would have quietly left his post. Here, too, he had arrived as president and found himself a prisoner once again. The pawns had easily checkmated the king. Vlasov waited in a stuffy, smoke-filled office. A cigarette butt smoldered in an ashtray on the desk in front of him, and a small decanter of vodka stood nearby. More precisely, it was a 1-to-1 mixture of rubbing alcohol and water. By evening, Miran Mikhailovich had gotten quite drunk, and, his head resting on his hand, he sat wearily in a worn chair. "You're dismissed," the major ordered, and the soldiers left the office. The president stood, hesitant to sit without an invitation. Vlasov looked up at him sullenly, and he didn't like it. "Sit down. Don't stand over me." Lev Nikolaevich obeyed. All he could do now was listen and obey. "So, what's it like in Moscow these days? Who's in charge?" the major asked, as if asking about the weather. "Samsonov, I think," the president answered quietly, recalling the chipped face of the Minister of Transport, who did not want to leave the capital. Miran Mikhailovich struck a lighter and took another drag. The acrid smoke was already stinging his eyes, spreading like a bluish cloud across the ceiling, but the major continued chain-smoking. "I started my service in Moscow, too. Then Armenia, Syria. I was wounded there, and then they sent me here. They promised me 3 years, then another 3, but apparently no one else wanted to go to that hole except me." Lev Nikolaevich tried to figure out what this guy wanted from him. Does he have some kind of grudge from his service or something? Let him ask the Minister of Defense, not me. I've never even laid eyes on him. They said they'd give me an apartment in St. Petersburg and allocate me land in Crimea. The major was overcome with wistful memories. And now I have as much land as I want. Look, the whole taiga is mine, as far as the eye can see. There are plenty of vacant apartments in St. Petersburg, too. But the streets there are filled with the dead. The zombies will freeze to death over the winter, and we can get to work cleaning up the cities. If you need a helicopter, I can take you there. I don't give a damn about your St. Petersburg. Vlasov bared his yellow teeth and looked like an angry bulldog. Will you take me to the Canary Islands? Yes, if we can refuel on the way, the president promised, hoping for a deal. Miran Mikhailovich pressed the butt into the overflowing ashtray and brushed the ashes off the table with his thick palm. Your professor and my doctor are working on a vaccine right now. Once they're finished, we'll get back to this conversation. But for now, we need to get you to work. Otherwise, people without work start to degenerate. Work made a man out of a monkey, as Marx said. Engels, Lev Nikolaevich corrected, and immediately realized that he had done it in vain. Large wrinkles gathered on the major's forehead. His eyebrows crawled up to the bridge of his nose, and he barked at the top of his voice. "In Moscow, you can show off. But here, I'm the one calling the shots. Your job is to listen, not argue. There, you were the one giving orders, but here, you're a nobody. I can wipe you clean with these hands." While Vlasov was drooling and spewing angry phrases, Kornilov lowered his eyes and meekly listened to insults and threats. 5 minutes later, he was led out of the office and escorted to his workstation. The major didn't specify what kind of work he would assign the president, but Lev Nikolaevich was ready for anything short of being a guinea pig for experiments. Having received instructions, a broom, dustpan, mop, and bucket, the prisoner stepped into the cell. The massive door slammed shut, the click of the lock sounding like a whip cracking across his back. 4 zombies growled, whined, and screamed before Kornilov. The infected had been tied up in one corner, and now the president had to scrub the floor in the rest of the cell. A filthy mess of excrement and rotting food scraps squelched underfoot. The infected had long since been stripped naked, so they could at least defecate without soiling their clothes. The place smelled like a pigsty, but even this cesspool had to be cleaned from time to time. Cleaning up the zombies' mess, well, at least they didn't force me to do it with their bare hands. Lev Nikolaevich philosophically pondered whether he had already reached the bottom of his career, or whether he could dig himself even deeper. Kornilov knew he had to do this job well if he didn't want to join this hungry, teeth-gnashing gang as the 5th. Lev Nikolaevich tried, endured, but couldn't hold back. He vomited, the remains of his meager breakfast mixing with the brown, foul-smelling mass on the floor. Spitting out the last drops of vomit, the president began breathing rapidly, trying to suppress tears, but they treacherously crept from the corners of his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. Let him think he's broken me. Let him choke on my humiliation, the bastard. We'll get even with him yet. Kornilov didn't yet know how he would settle the score, but he was confident he'd find a way. The mop scraped across the floor, leaving behind yellow-brown stains of feces. The president monotonously scrubbed, meter after meter, doing the worst job in the world. He felt himself being devoured by eyes. Oh well, the main thing was not teeth. The gaze didn't hurt, though it was terrifying. The chains and straps looked strong. The frail cannibals couldn't break them. Finally, the prisoner finished cleaning and knocked on the door. The guard was in no hurry to open the door. After releasing Kornilov, the warden checked his work and spat on the freshly washed floor. Fine. Lev Nikolaevich patiently awaited further orders. He saw how the soldiers enjoyed bossing him around, boosting their self-esteem. But at least no one tried to hit him, other than light jabs and pushes in the back. "I'm done here. Now let's go to the other cell. They've piled up a lot of shit there too. So much." The fighter spread his arms wide, his big mouth stretching into a grin from ear to ear. "Why don't you herd all the zombies into one cell? There's still plenty of room," Lev Nikolaevich asked, trying to establish rapport. "It's different there. You'll see now. The main thing is, don't shit your pants." They passed the corridor, entered the sealed box, and stopped near the steel door. "They're falling asleep, but they're still moving," reported the local duty officer. "Hurry up here. These chains will take a long time to shorten, and if they wake up before you're done, it'll be your own fault. They're real beasts out there." The young soldier patted the president on the shoulder in a fatherly manner. "How much time do I have?" "Well, it will be about 20 minutes, maybe 15. The door opened, and the president entered the dimly lit cell. German and Vita lay side by side, the only sound being their deep, even breathing. Kornilov peered closer, and the hair on his back began to rise nervously. Oh my God! And who are these? Chapter 37. Reconnaissance in Force. While Lev Nikolaevich was reenacting the labors of Hercules, clearing the local Augean stables of zombie excrement, Ivan also found a job. A group of scouts was preparing for another raid on the village, and this time, the cosmonaut was to go with them. His role was rather simple, to act as bait for the hybrids. The expedition was led by Lieutenant Sirotkin, a 2-meter-tall brute with a nose as crooked as a mountain serpentine and a half-severed left ear. Not every mutant would dare engage such a brute in hand-to-hand combat. "The horseback!" Sirotkin barked, stomping his massive winter boots across the concrete floor toward the main gate. 4 snowmobiles roared across the white snow-covered field and soon disappeared among the trees. Ivan sat on the sled, which was intended for transporting the loot. They hadn't tied up the prisoner, but the cosmonaut knew he wouldn't be able to escape anyway, much less defeat the armed fighters. No one guaranteed he'd return alive and well. But choice is the privilege of free men, and he couldn't boast of freedom. Overall, the prisoners were treated fairly leniently. Vorobyov feared most from Masha, but so far, no one had laid a finger on her. To his credit, Vlasov maintained discipline. However, how long it would last was anyone's guess. Sirotkin, for instance, could have broken the major in half and seized power if he'd wanted to, but so far he'd faithfully carried out his orders. The snowmobile slowed, the forest suddenly ended, and the people found themselves on the outskirts of the village. A few more years, and this would no longer be the outskirts, but part of the taiga. The forest surrounded the human homes in a dense, impenetrable ring, and this ring would tighten until it engulfed the last dwelling. Ahead loomed several black, gloomy barracks. Until recently, there had been more of them, but 3 buildings had burned to the ground, and snow had already covered the ashes. Now, only old-timers could point out the locations of the houses. Sirotkin glanced around, exchanged a few words with another soldier, and the snowmobiles set off again. They passed the barracks, past a row of 1-story private houses, and stopped in a small square in front of a store with a faded sign that read, "Abundance." The local grocery store had long since been stripped of everything they could find. Snow piled up inside just as thickly as outside. The wind blew fresh drifts through the broken windows, covering the floor, counters, and walls with sleet. This was the only sleet available to local looters. But no one had been there in a long time. Ivan hadn't noticed a single trace of snow in front of the store. However, the area wasn't completely deserted. On the opposite edge of the village, a thin column of white smoke rose into the sky. The prisoner realized it clearly wasn't from a fire. This smoke was coming from the stove the cosmonaut had longed to be near. Despite his gloves, his fingers were already tingling from the cold, and his nose was as red as a drunken Santa Claus's. The scouts also noticed the smoke, but they weren't interested in the civilians right now, so the soldiers quickly dispersed to their positions. One soldier climbed onto the roof of the Izabili, while 2 more hid inside the store. Sirotkin handed Ivan a jar of rat meat. "Here, smear it all over yourself. Don't forget your face, too." "Thank goodness they didn't let my blood," the prisoner mentally thanked. A good bait is a wounded bait, one that smells of fear, blood, and pain. Dr. Korochkin intended the hybrid to take the bait, but they decided against cutting up Vorobyov, deciding he might still be useful. The lieutenant poured the rest of the bloody mass onto Ivan's back, examined him, and was generally satisfied. "Go there, yell something louder, moan, wave your arms. If you don't try hard enough, I'll shoot you in the leg to make it more convincing." "You know how to motivate people? You should be conducting business training sessions," Such talent is wasted. The cosmonaut mentally prepared himself for the role of the victim. 15 minutes passed. Ivan screamed, groaned, yelled, and moaned, but no one responded to his pitiful, "Ah!" It was a bit scary at first. Ivan remembered how the creature they called a hybrid here had nearly killed Gorik. The only thing that calmed him down was the fact that he couldn't get close to him unnoticed. The entire area was under fire, so he could only hope the marksmen weren't the worst. Naturally, the bait hadn't been given any weapons, not even a knife. If anything, he'd have to fight barehanded. The fight wouldn't last long, of course, but he'd at least be able to put up some resistance. The crows shifted from foot to foot, their small black eyes boring into the screaming idiot who refused to die. The birds were even more surprised when another man approached the dying one and the wounded one, as if nothing had happened, headed toward the snowmobiles. The roar of the engines startled the feathered scavengers. They took off and fluttered to the neighboring roof. Sirotkin decided to change positions. The scouts chose a new location in the middle of the village, but even there, no one attempted to attack the cosmonaut. The zombies had long since frozen over and disappeared under a layer of snow, and the mutants, even if they were still around, weren't tempted by the bait. Ivan, hopping from one foot to the other, felt like he was about to freeze something important off. Luckily, the lieutenant and the others were also tired of freezing their asses off in ambush. They couldn't even move properly, so Vorobyov unexpectedly found himself in a somewhat advantageous position. "Perhaps we should stop by for a light?" One of the soldiers looked toward where a chimney was smoking comfortably in the distance. Vlasov ordered no contact with civilians, no looking for or creating problems. Sirotkin cut off the proposal. "And we will ask about hybrids for the purpose of information reconnaissance. And they'll have questions about who we are and where we're from. Why attract attention?" "That's it. The hunt is over." The thug turned to Ivan. "You, get in the sleigh. We're heading back to base." The cosmonaut felt like he'd been waiting for these words for an eternity. The hated bunker now seemed less terrible. At least there, the icy wind didn't cut right through him. Soon he'd be with Masha and have hot soup for dinner. The snowmobiles rattled and jerked forward, as if they too were eager to return to their home garage. The scouts rode through the deserted village, lined up in a single line, 10 meters apart. Sirotkin and Ivan led this small caravan, or rather, the lieutenant did, while the prisoner rolled along in the sled, useless cargo. Vorobyov didn't want to dwell on the future right now. He was simply quietly glad it was all over, and he longed for Masha. They'd found her a job too, fortunately not as risky as his, or as humiliating as Kornilov's. His wife was looking after Tanya, and the professor had secured her a position as a nurse and Andrei a lab assistant. Ivan guessed he'd most likely be assigned as the president's scumbag partner. Such excursions weren't every day, and Vlasov didn't like people sitting idle. While pondering these dismal thoughts, the prisoner stared at Sirotkin's powerful back. Suddenly, something thundered. The lieutenant's jacket ripped near his shoulder blades, and he fell sideways, flipping the snowmobile over. A cannonade of gunfire followed, and the 3 remaining scouts were thrown from their saddles. Vorobyov's head hit a snowdrift, scraping the skin on his cheek until it bled and nearly breaking his nose. However, these were minor injuries compared to Sirotkin's. He was screaming and moaning a few meters away from the cosmonaut. The lieutenant couldn't get up. The bullet had damaged his spine. One of the soldiers jumped up and fired a burst of automatic weapons at the village, but was immediately dropped by a shot from the forest. Ivan looked around without raising his head. 2 men emerged from the trees. Another loomed in the window of a second-floor barracks. Vorobyov realized he would never see the bunker, his wife, or his friends again. And the job of cleaning up zombie crap instantly transformed from impending hard labor into an unattainable dream. Now they would simply kill him, if he was lucky, if it happened quickly. He'd like to bury himself in a snowdrift like a taiga mouse, but he can't do that. What should he do? Feign death? That's how they'll finish him off, just to be sure. And they'll probably take off his clothes, too, so as not to waste his belongings. He became so scared that he almost wet himself. He curled up into a ball, barely keeping his pants dry. If he was going to die, he'd die like a man. Thoughts raced through his head like squirrels on branches during mating season. The first thing that came to mind was to shout, "Don't shoot!" But from the depths of my memory, a psychology class at university surfaced, where the professor explained that the brain doesn't perceive the particle not, and his helpless "don't shoot" would act as a call to pull the trigger. The crunch of snow beneath boots grew louder. The strangers approached cautiously, guns aimed at the motionless bodies. Sirotkin fell silent, choking on his own blood. No one else showed any signs of life. "Thank you," Ivan barked, trying to feign joy. "Spa!" At the very least, he'd gained a few moments, throwing the shooters into a mild stupor. Now he had to turn these adversaries into allies. The chance was 1 in 1,000, but he hadn't had time to come up with another plan. Chapter 38. Trust no one. Night, a campfire, stars. The perfect romantic picture from beautiful photographs turned out to be pure hell. Lipa put on everything she could, but she still shivered to the bone in the tent. And the next morning, she woke up with a terrible migraine. May, with a gloomy face, kept vigil by the fire. At first, the fire was low, but realizing the cold could kill them faster than the zombies, the boys stopped being stingy with the firewood. The dry brush crackled like mutton ribs in a wolf's mouth, but no warmth reached the tent. "How did you sleep?" my cousin asked, almost mockingly. Lipa settled down nearby on a log and extended her trembling fingers towards the fire. "Wonderful, like a baby." The girl sat with such a haggard, pale face that the infected might have mistaken her for one of their own. May stirred the fire pit to the coals, piled several thick branches into a well, and placed a pot of water on top. "We'll boil some tea now. You'll warm up." It was the 3rd day since the vagabonds had left the inhabited areas. The forest had become their new home. The sky, sometimes blue but more often overcast, was their roof. Giant pines, oaks, junipers, hornbeams, and alders formed their walls. It was almost like a song from the Brementown musicians, except Lipa categorically disagreed with the last line about our good fortune to live such a fate. She didn't want such a fate. Relieving herself in the bushes and getting drenched in the rain, hoping for a thin layer of polyester. Perhaps these adventurers enjoyed playing forest guerrillas, but she longed to return to a normal home. "Shall we stay here today or go further?" the girl sniffled, blissfully inhaling the aroma of hot tea. "If the weather's good, we'll go. There's no game here anyway, and the zombies can come here if they want. There's no point hanging around here," Limanov said, staring at the flames as if hypnotized. He seemed to have lost even more weight overnight. A branch snapped. Kier's powerful figure appeared between the trees. He was the warmest of them all, and the big guy clearly didn't regret accumulating a little fat. The kickboxer frowned with displeasure, watching Baloo strode through the forest like a two-legged mammoth. Polyakova easily read Maya's thoughts. "Kier, you stomp like a heffalump. The cannibals in Sochi can hear you. Only the hedgehogs can hear us here. One crawled out into the firelight last night, thinking of gobbling him up, but he regretted it." In a couple of weeks you won't be so kind, the dancer chuckled. Their food supplies were depleting faster than they expected, so everyone went into conservation mode this morning. Water was a bit scarcer. The travelers tried to stay close to streams and suffered little from thirst. An hour later, the weather had warmed up a bit, and the friends decided to pack up camp. Forest and the unknown lay ahead. The wanderers had covered about 20 kilometers that day. Not bad, considering the precautions they had to take. The forest had become a little denser, and the foothills of the Caucasus were still welcoming enough. No one attacked them. There was plenty of firewood underfoot, and clear water gurgled through the crevices between the rocks. Let's spend the night here? The clearing is flat. We'll pitch a tent under the tree over there, Balu suggested, waving his bat toward the old hornbeam. Okay, I'll just take a piss now. May threw down his backpack and disappeared into the bushes with a bow on his shoulder. Lipa took off her hat, scratched her head, and shook out her pink afro braids. The thought of another cold night made her want to cry. The dancer stretched, loosening her back, and felt a crack between her shoulder blades. Suddenly, she and Kir turned at the same time and grabbed their weapons. Toropov extended his arms, clutching the Glock. In his enormous fists, the pistol felt like a child's toy. Polyakova pointed the tip of her spear at their opponents. 3 strangers stood frozen within shooting range. 2 boys and a girl, mirror images of their own group. A short, stocky man of about 30, with a thick beard, held a double-barreled shotgun. His friend, with copper-red hair and a freckled face, stood nearby, armed with an axe. A plump brunette in a colorful ski jacket lingered slightly behind. Okay, guys, let's keep it calm. Kir began the dialogue peacefully. The bearded man didn't move. Come on, just put the gun away. I agree, but at the same time as you, slowly and smoothly. Uh-huh, the stranger nodded. Lipa could tell from their tense expressions that these guys were also pretty scared and didn't want any trouble. Despite their numerical superiority, they were relatively evenly matched in weapons. They don't seem like thugs, so we can come to an agreement with them. The forest is big. There's enough room for everyone, Polyakova thought hopefully. But a second later, the girl heard a painfully familiar sound. The bowstring twitched, and a moment later, the arrow pierced the bearded man's throat. Kir's reflexes worked faster than his brain. The Glock spat out the bullet, and the red-haired man collapsed, shot through the stomach. No, no, we agreed. Nobody wanted to shoot. This can't be done. Lipa stifled a scream, watching as the bodies fell to the ground one after another. The fat girl squealed and took off running. Balu swung his gun from side to side, terrified that enemies would burst forth from under every bush. May whirled past them, paused for a second, and barked at his friend. What are you standing there for? Go get the girl! Bring her back here, dead or alive! Toropov lunged forward as if stung by a wasp. The kickboxer looked around, then approached the strangers and picked up the rifle and axe from the ground. The bearded man lay on his back, his mouth open. His frozen hand still clutched the arrow, but he no longer had the strength to pull it out. But the redhead was still breathing, or rather, uttering his final death groans. He was less fortunate than his comrade. An agonizing death from a stomach wound awaited him. May patted him on the cheeks. How many of you are there? Where is the camp? The stranger let out a hoarse groan and closed his eyes. His face twisted into another grimace of pain. How many of you are there? Where's the camp? Limanov repeated angrily, jabbing his fist into the bloody stomach. Twar! The wounded man groaned more clearly, doubled over, and passed out. Stop torturing him! You see, he's in shock. You won't get anything out of him, Lipa flared up and pointed her spear at her brother. "Do you want to stab me for saving your asses? You're a complete idiot. They didn't want to shoot. They were already lowering their weapons. Yeah, so I can quickly pick Kira up and blow her head off. And have you from both sides. How can you be so gullible? Lipa, grow up. You're not 8, you're 18. Polyakova was furious that he was again trying to make her look like a little idiot, like last time with the dog. They noticed us first. If they had wanted to, they would have shot right away. Instead of answering, May examined the trophy rifle and angrily threw it aside. Your mother. It's discharged. They just wasted a bullet on them. Seeing her cousin's annoyance, Lipa giggled nervously and then burst into hysterical laughter. A bullet? So you would have killed them anyway, even if they had come out to us with flowers and offered us bread and salt. They didn't shoot only because they had nothing to fire. They wanted to gain our trust and then slit our throats in the middle of the night a couple of days later. You're a sick bastard. You're fucking paranoid. You see enemies everywhere. We could join forces with them. May suddenly moved closer, pushed the spear aside, and grabbed Lipa by the hair. Stop yelling. The whole forest will come running to your screams. The girl caught her breath. She had never seen so much anger in his eyes. Let go. The wounded man groaned again, and the kickboxer was distracted by him. Limanov tried to interrogate the prisoner again, but got nowhere. The redhead was driven mad by pain and screamed louder with each passing minute. Then Mai took the spear from his sister and pinned the poor fellow to the ground. They're just like us, just mirror images of us. 2 guys and a girl. Will you kill her too when you interrogate her? Lipa wasn't screaming anymore. She sat devastated, her back pressed against the tree, feeling more like a threat than a protector in her cousin. Depends on what she says. First, we'll take her hostage, and you'll be responsible for her. If she runs away, will you shoot an arrow between my eyes? Or between my legs so that I suffer longer? Stop talking nonsense. I love you, but you're driving me crazy with your childish gullibility. It's all wolf to wolf these days. We can't trust untested people. A lone psycho, the same old story again. Polyakova spread her arms out in despair. How are you going to check them if you shoot first and then say hello? One of them could be a doctor, for example. Don't we need a doctor in the squad? We'll never establish contact with anyone that way. We'll fix it when the time comes, Limanov grumbled sullenly, then froze and stuck out his index finger. Quiet, someone's coming. Kir returned, all sweaty, limping on his right leg and empty-handed. She's gone. I combed everything around. She's nowhere to be found. May exhaled dejectedly. As quick as a hare, Baloo weakly justified himself, realizing that he had seriously screwed up. Lipa was a little pleased by his failure, but she didn't show it. What about your leg? I tripped. I hit my knee on a root. Totopov winced and rubbed the sore spot. Even a one-legged person could run away while you're plowing the ground with your belly. You should have caught up yourself. Mai abruptly threw on his backpack. Let's get out of here quickly. We'll be trudging all night tonight. We need to get as far away from here as possible. If that woman brings help... It won't, Polyakova interrupted. These aren't scouts. Why would a girl be dragging herself through the woods with 2 men who don't even have proper weapons? Limanov remained silent, his brow furrowed and brows drawn together. Kir breathed heavily, examining the 2 fresh corpses. Lipa continued. They're vagabonds just like us. They were looking for a place to spend the night. The kickboxer crouched down next to the dead men and searched their clothes. No tent, no sleeping bags, no backpacks, Not even any food. Just matches, knives, and a vape. Yeah, the bare essentials right now. Old habits die hard, Baloo sighed. Either they're completely broke, or there's a camp nearby. And where there's a camp, there's help. May took the fines and straightened up. There are two options. Find their camp and solve this problem so I can sleep peacefully, or run through the forest, afraid of every rustle. Will you be able to sleep peacefully if you see the ghosts of those you killed for no reason? Polyakova's every word was laced with bitterness and disappointment. I fear the living more than ghosts, Limonov said, tired of this bickering and arguing. He looked sternly at Lipa, then softened his gaze slightly and turned away. Someday you'll understand I was right. I hope it's not too late. Think I'm crazy or a psychopath, but I'm responsible for your life, not you for mine. There may be blood on my hands, but at least not a drop of our blood has been spilled yet. You could at least say thank you for that, you stupid girl. And where are we supposed to catch this chick now? Night is coming soon. Kira wasn't at all thrilled at the prospect of searching for these strangers' camp in the dark. It's a good thing it's nighttime. We can sneak up on them in the dark. They probably don't have any guns, but we've got plenty of arrows and 3 rounds in the Glock. Lipa realized that May had already decided everything for them. All that remained was to obey. Chapter 39, -1. It might have been a good morning for some, but it certainly wasn't for Lena. The girl sat across from the dentist with a pained expression, her mouth wide open. She stared at the ceiling, then jerked slightly and gasped. The tooth can still be saved. It's got a month or 2 left, and then it'll have to be extracted. Valentine gave a disappointing diagnosis. Lena ran her tongue over her upper jaw, feeling for the sore spot. Max looked at his sister and thoughtfully scratched the tip of his nose. I'll have to take the dentist to the presidential retreat, the teenager decided. Sova had seen the dentist's chair there with his own eyes. He had no desire to see Malishkina again, but business required it. So, are we going to Dagomis or straight to Sochi? Balia stroked his curly black beard and grinned. There was a really cool clinic in Sochi. I heard even ministers used to fly there for prosthetics. There's a place closer. We need to think about it. Thanks, Doc, Max said, taking Lena's hand. The longer you think, the bigger the hole, the dentist chuckled. If anything happens, I'll be at Fyodor's. When Valentine disappeared, the brother and sister began to confer. Lena also didn't want to return to the bunker. Maybe we should try Dagomis after all. We'll ask Gorik to show us the nearest dentistry there. That would require a whole special operation. We'd have to pull half the men out of the village as a backup. We don't know the situation with the Elans and bandits there. Pfft, well, yeah. Ow! The girl winced painfully and pressed her palm to her cheek. We'll leave the city as Plan B. We'll go to a trusted place. That hag won't do anything to us, and if she hisses, I'll shove an enema up her ass myself. Zhenya will let us in, and we'll sort out the rest there. Besides, we're bringing them a dentist, not just anyone. I don't remember them having doctors like that there. I don't think there was, the sister agreed with a pained look. Can you wait until tomorrow? Lena licked her lips and nodded. Uh-huh. It hurts sometimes not. I thought maybe it would go away, but today it's really tingling. So you've had this for a long time? Max asked in surprise. It's been 3 days already, the sister reluctantly admitted. The owl looked at Lena with displeasure. Why did you keep silent? Well, you know how afraid I am of these dentists. We're actually lucky we had someone like him here. Without him, a one-eyed RoboCop would have been pulling that tooth out of you with rusty pliers.
The girl even shuddered at such thoughts. Leave me alone. Don't talk to me about things like that. I'm going to faint.
Okay, don't worry. We'll go tomorrow morning and get your tooth fixed. We'll also check in and see how things are going. Maybe our guys just arrived.
I wish I could. I miss them all so much. They've become like family to us over the past few months. Poor Katya. She's completely beside herself. Her place now is on duty, keeping an eye on the road. Okay, I'll go make you some chamomile tea. Grandma said it helps with toothaches. Max waddled off to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the dentist had already approached Fyodor's house and pushed open the half-open gate. The owner was busy in the garden, cutting down the dead trunk of a cherry tree. Good morning to your Cossack army. Are you back to work already? Isn't today a day off?
Hello, Valak. The plow shines while it plows. That's what my grandfather used to say.
That's what I'm talking about. I want to open a doctor's office here and bring in a dental unit. I'll set up treatment right at home, in the next room. Fyodor tugged at his mustache and nodded approvingly.
It's a good thing. What kind of dentist are you without a drill? We need to go to Dagomis. Look for a clinic with good equipment. Everything will fit in a minibus.
We'll go. In a week. Once we've finished our business, we'll go on a trip.
Well, then we have an agreement. Then I'll give everyone a checkup at once.
Footsteps were heard behind the fence, and the men turned around at once. Gordy was walking down the street with a quiet, stealthy gait, his sly, cunning gaze scanning for anything lying around. Hello, I want to go into the woods, to hunt. I found some traps in the basement. I could use a gun for backup.
Can you spare me one? If you like hunting, go to the swamp, Fyodor muttered, scratching the back of his head. Boris is in charge of our weapons. Ask him. But you can't go into the forest alone. That's the rule. And who should join you? I don't even know. I need Lyalka myself today, and I won't let Petya go without his father's permission either. Maximka is on duty during the day. I can. It would be useful for me to learn this craft. Valentin offered his candidacy. It seemed to the Cossack that a shadow of displeasure crossed Gordy's face. I usually hunt alone, but since this is the case, let's leave right away. Time is of the essence. Half an hour later, the men had already disappeared into the forest beyond the river. RoboCop, though not particularly pleased, nevertheless gave the newcomers 2 small-bore rifles and a box of ammunition. Guns are great, but we need to learn how to use a bow, throw a spear, throw darts, or whatever people used to hunt with in the old days. Who's going to make the cartridges now? The dentist mused, glancing around with a slight sense of unease. I have to. The sullen and withdrawn Gordy seemed the opposite of the talkative Valentin. And also study medicinal herbs. There are no more pharmaceuticals. Soon we'll be living like the time of Tsar P. You're new here, aren't you? Gordy suddenly asked, ignoring the rest. Yeah, I moved in not long before you. I stumbled upon this village by accident, thinking it was a complete wilderness, the dentist said, adjusting the strap of his backpack, which held a heavy trap rattling inside. That's right. Not long ago it was a backwater. There were just 3 old shacks, and then they were all painted white. Everyone started moving here, building. They got gas, the road was fixed. Gordy's voice was thick with envy and malice. He generally envied someone his whole life and loved to blame his failures on others. I also dreamed of building a house in 5 years, the dentist sniffled. Life is not a walk in the park. But now you don't have to build, just choose any and live. It's beautiful. Valentine glanced sideways at his companion, trying to discern whether he was joking or genuinely amused. With his backpack and rifle slung over his shoulder, Gordy, already stooped, seemed even shorter. His small, predatory, ferret-like eyes darted ahead. He sniffed the air quickly and frequently, as if sensing prey or danger. He only moved in recently, but he's already become a close friend of these guys, like he's known them his whole life. He didn't knock off Javar, but that's not important anymore. He's a useful bastard, though. Where are you going to find a dentist around here anymore? And screw him. What should we do now? Pray to him? We'll survive. Gordy scratched his stubby beard, pondering his future plans. Valentine stopped, shifted slightly from foot to foot, and coughed. Oh, I'll just go water the tree. Yeah, don't stand against the wind. Gordy took the gun off his shoulder. He hesitated, but decided not to rush. Winter was approaching. Some of the trees had almost shed their leaves, but there were still plenty of young pines, boxwoods, and junipers. Thanks to this, the forest was still green and seemed less bare. Gordy took out the first trap and looked for a place for it, but suddenly his plans changed abruptly. A branch snapped, leaves rustled, and finally the distinct shuffling of footsteps could be heard. A girl of about 14 wandered slowly through the forest, as if in a dream. Her skinny legs with sharp knees were covered in stripes, but every bush she passed quickly left another mark. The infected woman's only remaining clothing was a denim skirt. The poor thing had become so emaciated that her vertebrae jutted out like lumps on her back, and wrinkled skin stretched tightly over her ribs and collarbones. The girl had aged, without ever having had the chance to enjoy her youth. It was hard to believe that this shriveled, living skeleton could move at all. Let's save the bullets. I'll fix it now. The dentist volunteered to solve the problem. A baton struck her temple, a knife slashed across her throat, and another suffering life was cut short. The infected woman didn't resist. She no longer had the strength to do so. It's unclear what kept the zombies wandering the forest instead of dying quietly and peacefully in hibernation. She was beautiful. Valentine licked his lips, looking at the girl's frozen face. Come on, there's no point in setting a trap here now. The scavengers will come running and scare away all the game. It's strange, Boris said, that there are no cannibals on this side of the river. Did the zombies sign a pact with him or something? Telling them where they can and can't go? Gordy grumbled. Less than 10 minutes later, the men realized again that they weren't alone in the forest. This time, the danger was more serious. I see 4, and there's a 5th one in a yellow sweater. Are we going to shoot? The dentist asked hesitantly. No, we won't, the hunter answered coldly, and hit his partner on the back of the head with the butt of his rifle. "Aye!" Valentine managed to shout before burying his nose in the leaves. Gordy took the weapon from him and cut him with a knife under the knee. You can't run away now. Then the traitor took a few steps back and shouted at the top of his voice. Come here, you bastards. Eat your fill today and thank Gordy Ivanovich, your provider. The cannibals didn't make me repeat the sentence twice. 3 zombies immediately pounced on the motionless body of the wounded dentist, while the rest tried to catch up with the hunter, but he quickly lost his pursuers. Now all that was left was to play his part well, and that required the appropriate makeup. Gordy slammed his face into the tree bark several times, scraping his skin until it bled. Then he gritted his teeth, slammed his head into the trunk, and cut his eyebrow. A couple of minor details were missing to complete the look, a few rips in his clothes and a little dirt. He carefully hid the weapon and made several inconspicuous marks on the trees to make it easier to find later. Today, he'd only planned to get a rifle, but instead, he'd weakened the village's defenses by one man. It was a day well spent. The trader returned to Dalny after dark. Gordy hobbled with the last of his strength, sobbing and calling for help. After crossing the bridge, he collapsed on the ground, where Lekka and Max picked him up. They took the wounded man into the house, where he recounted the terrible and tragic story that had taken place in the forest. They pounced on us from behind before we knew it. We were just setting a trap, and then 4 or 5 of them pounced on us. Were they unarmed? Boris asked, crossing his arms over his chest. I definitely saw clubs and knives. The doctor was stabbed in the side right away. They hit me from behind and snatched my gun. I managed to get up, broke one guy's nose, kicked the other one in the stomach. When they slashed Valka's throat with a knife, I knew I was done for. I have to run. Warn you, there's a gang here. I couldn't help him anymore. And they didn't catch you? Fyodor stood there, pale as milk. The loss of his dentist had been a severe blow. Gordy cleared his throat, winced, and closed his eyes. 3 of them rushed after me, but they were huge, heavy, and they were obviously out of breath quickly. I ran for an hour without looking back, got lost, and then wandered through the forest. I barely made it to the river.
Galina sat in the chair opposite and kept groaning and sighing.
Are you sure you weren't followed? They probably brought a tail. They'll find us here now. Oh, the grief of life.
There was no tail. They lost me. We've got 2 rifles and $20 to go with them. When we move, we're going to shoot. RoboCop's hopes for false teeth died along with Valentine. Now he'll have to lisp for the rest of his life. We need to find them first. Lekka slammed his fist into his palm. Fyodor, with his mustache drooping, merely waved his hand. Yeah, go chase the sparrow into the field. This isn't Jawar, who was just asking for trouble. There's a different enemy here. Some partisans have shown up. Gordy perked up slightly at the former leader's name. Galina and Lidka also flinched, but remained silent. We need to set up an ambush and catch them with bait, Lekka continued to insist. You can even sneak through a shiv, the border guard sighed. Fyodor turned to Boris. What kind of guns did you give me? Small bore? Uh-huh. Not Kalashi. In the right hands, it's a serious weapon too. I'd like to believe they're lousy shots. Things are bad for us, RoboCop mumbled bitterly, looking distrustfully at Gordy with his one eye. Today, we'll strengthen our guard, and tomorrow we'll form rifle brigades and comb the forest. Sooner or later they'll come for us. We need to find them first. The Cossack decided it was time to get some fresh air and headed out onto the porch. The stars winked high above, cold white lights. A disturbed cat jumped down the steps, and Agate barked softly on the next street. The lambs dozed peacefully in the sheepfold. How fragile this peace seemed now. Valka's gone, and I'll probably never see Nikolaich again either. I need to protect the others. Kill those bastards. Fyodor clenched his heavy fists. All the men except Gordy were on duty that night. Fear gripped the village. Marina and Susha listened anxiously for rustling sounds, expecting to hear gunshots and screams at any moment. Katya volunteered to be sentry and kept watch over the southwestern part of Dalny. Lisitsina's hands were shaking. She was afraid she would die that day without waiting for Andrei. Oksana, lying in bed, prayed for her husband and son for a long time. The morning brought some relief. People canceled all work and focused on defense. Boris and Lyoka, armed to the teeth, set out to search for the enemy, Robocop wanted to take Gordy with him, but he complained of dizziness and stayed home. The rifle brigade returned empty-handed just before sunset. The apprehensive premonition of an attack on the village weighed heavily on them. The thought that an invisible enemy was watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike, had everyone on edge. Max was on duty for the second night in a row at the spot overlooking the bridge. The teenager kept his monocular glued to his face. The enemy could appear at any second. Suddenly, something moved among the bushes. "It's on. It's going to be hot tonight." "Receiving. Movement detected on the other bank," Owl hoarsely reported into the radio. His pulse jumped, and his temples began to pound. "How many are there? 5? 6? More?" Gordy said 6, but he might not have seen them all. "This one is walking. The rest are probably surrounding the village." "I'm clear for now. How many enemies? Over," the speaker hissed in Leica's voice. "1. I've got him in my sights. He's coming at me like crazy, not even trying to hide. Over." "Don't stick your head out. Dad and Robocop are already running towards you," Leica warned. Max let the stranger overcome the barrier on the bridge, and when the enemies stepped onto their bank, Owl's eyes widened in amazement. "What the hell? Is this a ghost or something?" The dentist approached Dalny, limping on a bloody leg. Chapter 40. Even hedgehogs can love. Tanya stared at the ceiling, yearning for the sun. She couldn't tell if it was morning or evening. The illness had receded, and the girl longed to return to the forest house. The little girl hugged a tattered stuffed rabbit and nuzzled its fluffy ears. Footsteps were heard, and Masha entered the room, smiling tenderly. "Hi, you woke up early today. How are you feeling?" Tanya swallowed. "My throat doesn't hurt. Let's play?" "First, let's brush our teeth and have breakfast." "Can I see Dad?" Vorobyova stroked the girl's head. "He'll come by himself when he's free. He has a lot of work." After Haimovich hired Andrei as an assistant in the lab and assigned her to nurse his adopted daughter, Masha felt a little more at ease about their fate. At least their lives had been spared. They were separated into separate cells, fed, and given clean clothes. She could only hope that once Vlasov received his vaccine, he would take pity on them and let them go their separate ways. "Even if he takes the helicopter, we'll get there by land. We'll find a car somewhere, even if it's slow, but we'll get there. We managed it once, so we can do it again." The girl dreamed that they were having fun with friends outdoors. Max and Lena were fishing, Andrei and Katya were barbecuing, and the only thing missing was Ivan. In the dream, he went into the forest to get firewood and never returned. Vorobyova woke up with a heavy sense of anxious anticipation. Her husband had indeed left today, or rather, he'd been taken on an outing. "You can't give in to panic. You need to think about good things. Thoughts are material," the captive reminded herself. After breakfast, Albert Borisovich popped into Tanya's room. He looked distant and thoughtful, just like Masha often remembered him in the lab when the professor was immersed in his work. "Hello. How are you doing here? Is everything okay?" "Yes, we ate," Tanya reported. "I'm almost healthy now. I only coughed 3 times." "That's great, but still take the medicine as prescribed. We need to finish the treatment so there are no relapses." Kaimovich crossed his arms over his chest and pursed his lips. From his sharp, slightly twitchy movements, Vorobyova realized that Albert Borisovich was nervous. Is the process moving forward? Is Andrei coping? He has a cushy job. To be honest, he's not really needed there.
the professor whispered. I just decided it would be better this way. Sorry, I couldn't find a cushy job for your husband. The major had other plans for him. He was taken for reconnaissance as bait. Well, at least he'll get some fresh air. We're not even allowed that. I know you hate him, but I can't live without him. Don't take him for your experiments. Masha could make such wide, pitiful eyes that she could easily have become a dramatic actress. Kaimovich snorted disapprovingly. Are you crazy or something? I've given up on him. Tell him, most importantly, not to get into trouble for himself. Watch your language and don't contradict you-know-who. Vorobyova sighed resignedly. She wanted to scream in despair, but had to hide her emotions. When will we return to our house? Tanya asked in a quiet, thin voice. Albert Borisovich adjusted his glasses and sat down on the edge of the crib. Look, this is our home now. Until spring, for sure. And then, I hope, we'll move somewhere warm. Maybe even to an island. Is that what the boss said? Masha's head spun with excitement. She felt like she'd go crazy here in these months. That's what Dr. Kurochkin told me, the professor clarified. A fine fellow. I didn't think I'd meet such an intellectual here. Okay, I have to get back. We have an important day today. Maybe I'll tell you the details this evening. Kaimovich left Masha and Tanya alone. He was glad they had become friends.
Albert Borisovich understood how much the little girl had missed her mother's warmth. And now, Vorobyova was at least partially replacing her mother. The professor returned to the lab, where Kurochkin was studying the test results of their new test subject. One of the zombies had been transferred to a separate chamber yesterday and was being fed more intensively. Andrei was just preparing a new batch of rats for it. Interesting. It looks like there's something there. Somatotropin levels have increased significantly, Robert Karisovich shared happily. If the growth hormone has been activated, then this inspires optimism, Kaimovich agreed. Kurochkin rubbed his palms with a smile. The female tried the porridge yesterday, and her digestive system is adapting just like Subject A's. Everything is as I expected. She wouldn't turn down some human flesh either, Kuznetsov said, moving a dozen rats into a separate cage. They were destined for a hearty meal today. The zombie test subject had been fattened up like a piglet before slaughter, but no one was planning on killing him. It was as if the infected had ended up in a sanatorium, where he was provided with the most attentive care and attention. It'll be interesting to observe hybrids with different diets. What if we feed one only plant foods and the other only meat? Albert Borisovich suggested. Kurochkin leaned back in his chair, thoughtfully stroking his neck. I thought about it, but the experiment will take a lot of time. Come on, winter is long. If your Vlasov doesn't change his mind about sitting here, then we have enough time, Kaimovich chuckled. He won't change his mind. It's not in his nature to change his mind. By the way, he had another attack last night. He scratched his throat and stomach until it bled. He says his hands were shaking so much he could barely inject himself with the medicine. The major demands an antiviral as soon as possible. The doctor looked thoughtfully at the professor. At that moment, Albert Borisovich turned away and bent over the microscope. Will he try it on himself right away? No, more like me. So, if you value my company, please don't give me a placebo injection. Or worse. I won't let you down, Kaimovich promised. It's almost ready. I think we'll be able to vaccinate tomorrow. But what will happen to us then? Why does he need more mouths to feed? No one will touch you. I guarantee complete safety, Kurochkin immediately assured. There was sincerity in his brown eyes, But the professor thought differently. Only Vlasov can guarantee anything. He's keeping you here as long as you're needed, just like he's keeping us. Andrei shoved his hands into his overalls pockets and stared at the monitor, watching Herman and Vita. The hybrids lay cuddled on an old mattress, their legs intertwined, and the male gently scratched his girlfriend's back. They're changing more than just their appearance. These creatures are capable of love again. They cuddle like newlyweds. Kuznetsov closed his eyes and imagined Katya in his arms. Even hedgehogs can love. That doesn't make them human, the professor frowned. That's a complex and extremely important ethical question. To what extent can we consider hybrids intelligent? Robert Karisovich pondered. Is it acceptable to call them human again? They can't speak yet, but they can express a wide range of emotions. If we can interact with them, tame them, train them, if you will, establish a strong connection. Vanka told me that one such beast tried to establish contact with them in Gelendzhik. It jumped from a tree onto a guy and nearly tore his head off in 5 seconds. They barely fought it off. And this was at night, when ordinary elands are as blind as chickens. The locals assumed it was a zombie monkey from the safari park. Kurochkin sighed in disappointment. It's a shame we don't have any primates on hand. I'd like to test the virus's effect on them. A chimpanzee-gorilla hybrid could be even more agile and strong. And have you, Albert Borisovich, by any chance tried an experiment with a monkey? I didn't have time. I only had one test subject, a homeless guy from the dump. But the experiment with him didn't go according to plan, I already told you. Andrei felt like a third wheel among these lunatics. Kurochkin, despite his intelligent appearance, could, if you dig deeper, be even crazier than Haimovich. We're so unlucky to end up here. We'd be better off sitting in the presidential bunker right now, trying to create an antivirus ourselves, or even settling down on the coast and quietly whiling away our days by the sea. It's all Masha and her philanthropy, like, we have to. The fate of humanity depends on us. And does anyone care about our fate now? While Kuznetsov was deep in thought, lamenting how everything had turned out, his colleagues continued making plans for the mutants. It would be great to observe them in the wild, how they hunt and defend their territory, Robert Karisovich dreamed. I don't think Vlasov would approve of such a reserve right next door. Yes, he's completely devoid of scientific curiosity. Miron Mikhailovich only allows me to tinker with the hybrids because he considers them potential enemies, and an enemy needs to be studied to understand its strengths and weaknesses. Haimovich rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, glancing at the screen. And when we study them, will he dispose of them as waste material? Andrei waited for Kurochkin to respond. His silence confirmed the professor's words were true. Finally, Robert Karisovich finally managed to squeeze out the words. That moment is still a long way off, and we have a mountain of work ahead of us. Objects are evolving, changing, and all of this requires meticulous monitoring. But are they more than just guinea pigs for you? Albert Borisovich felt he'd hit the doctor's nerve. I won't lie, they're dear to me. You could say I've become attached to them. Kaimovich switched to a whisper. Here's a little story for Vlasov. The infected mutate, which means the virus can mutate too. Therefore, we must always have living samples on hand for research. The blood plasma of such a hybrid could become the basis for a future cure. Kurochkin smiled thoughtfully. I think I can convince the major of the usefulness of our facilities. He trusts me. And you to him? The doctor looked away and ignored the question. Where did I put the auto-lancet? We need to draw blood from the female. We'll run an HCG test. I doubt she could have gotten pregnant so quickly. Her body is still adjusting, Kuznetsov remarked skeptically.
There's only one way to check, so that's what you'll do. Robert looked at Andrei unfriendly. Kuznetsov didn't want to accept the role of a prisoner. He could have put a scalpel to Kurochkin's throat right then and there and taken the doctor hostage. But he doubted Vlasov would comply with his demands. Maybe it would be better to make Borisich a hostage. He's more valuable right now. The vaccine's almost ready, though. The doctor alone can handle it. So, we need to stab Kurochkin first. Then the major will see I'm not bluffing. I can even bleed the professor a little to make it more convincing. Andrei replayed this plan in his head over and over again. But he couldn't muster the courage. He was scared. So scared. If anything went wrong, they'd shoot him on the spot. That would be the best-case scenario, but more likely, they'd feed him and Vanka alive. Or they'd try to raise them into hybrids. Andrei was afraid to act alone, and he hadn't yet managed to speak with Ivan or the president face-to-face. They were being held in separate cells. Kuznetsov knew time was running out. If Vlasov got vaccinated tomorrow, the hostage stunt might not work. So he had to get to the major somehow. Without him, everything would collapse like a house of cards. But how? Andrei stared at the rats in the cage, as if waiting for them to answer his questions. Meanwhile, the hybrids, whiling away another day in the cell, also dreamed of freedom. Herman lay with his eyes closed, recalling his den in the village. At night, he dreamed of the smell of the wind, the crunch of snow underfoot, the taste of living flesh. All of this remained somewhere far away, behind thick, gray, impenetrable walls. But in this prison, he unexpectedly found something he began to cherish even more than freedom. Herman buried his nose in the soft hair on the back of Vita's head. He felt her warmth and growled softly with playful tenderness. The female scratched his chest, rolled over onto her stomach, and began to purr invitingly. Hedgehogs can love, but they were more than that. Chapter 41. New Home. For several hours they wandered through the dark forest, wincing at every creaking branch. It had grown cold, and a drizzle had begun. All this had finally gotten to Lipa, and she was the first to give in. "I can't take it anymore. It's no use. Find this girl yourself." Judging by Kira's gloomy face, he was of the same opinion, but he remained silent. "Shh, don't make any noise. Okay, let's stop. We'll spend the night here." May reluctantly agreed. It seemed to the girl that the guys spent an eternity setting up the tent, and when they finally finished, the dancer immediately dove into the sleeping bag and curled up. Lipa was sobbing, shaking from the cold, and her teeth chattering. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, but she didn't even want to reach out of the sleeping bag to wipe them away. Drops of rain were rolling off the underside of the tent, as if the tent was crying along with her. Mai and Kir were conversing outside. Polyakova couldn't make out what he was saying, and she wasn't trying very hard. It didn't matter. It would be whatever his brother said. Even the lanky Balu rarely dared argue with him. Lipa used to like it when her cousin took matters into his own hands, so decisively and boldly. But now it infuriated her and scared her. Mai had changed more than they had. Maybe this is the only way? Is there no other way to survive? Is he right? The girl often asked herself these questions, but she couldn't answer them with a firm yes. If she had her way, she would have acted differently. With the dog, with those poor souls in the forest, and on a couple of other occasions when they still lived in Dagomis. But she's not the leader. Mai is. Her opinion is asked only in extreme cases, considered a silly girl who knows nothing but her dancing and doesn't understand life. That may be true,
but she values other people's lives, something her brother completely lacks. The zipper whirred. Limanov crawled into the tent, while Kirill, in his raincoat, remained outside to keep watch. Lipa feigned sleep. Her cousin stuffed his wet clothes into a corner, changed into his sleeping clothes, and stretched out on the camping mat. Polyakova could hear him breathing heavily, coughing and sniffling occasionally. Once she would have wrapped her legs around him, buried her nose in his cheek, and held him tight. But now she wished it was May lying next to her, not Kir. At least she wasn't afraid of Toropov. Fatigue quickly took its toll. Lipa didn't realize how she'd fallen asleep, and when she woke up, Limanov was no longer there. The dancer lay on her back, looking up at the tent's dome, and struggling with two feelings: utter apathy and hunger. 10 minutes later, the latter won out. Polyakova looked outside. Balu was sitting 2 steps away under the oak tree, tucking into a cold stew. "Where's May? You were guarding last night. Why aren't you sleeping?" "I was sleeping. We were on duty for 3 hours. As soon as it got light, he woke me up and left." Disturbing thoughts began to stir in Lipa's head. "One?" "Uh-huh," Toropov muttered. "He said he'd go look for the girl alone. He said it would make less noise and would be quicker. He took a bow and knife and left the gun with me. He asked me to pack up the tent as soon as you woke up." Polyakova understood that May had ordered, not asked. But Kirill did not want to say that word. "So, are we supposed to wait at the starting line?" Lipa hadn't seen Bala this depressed in a long time. Apparently, he too was sick of playing the forest partisan. "Well, I just need to know which way to start." The dancer disappeared into the tent and answered from there. "We need to find some remote village, a small one. Or even better, a military base in the mountains with a supply depot and weapons. But for some reason we don't have maps of these bases. Do you know where they sell them?" Toropov grinned, staring longingly at his dirty boots. "Maybe my cousin knows. He's the smartest one around." Lipa unzipped her backpack and pulled out a dry change of clothes. The friends waited until evening. The day seemed endlessly long. Only when it was almost dark did they hear a faint rustling sound. Like a shadow, moving through the trees. "So?" Kir and Lipa said in unison. "Nothing." The tired Limanov sat down on a log. "I didn't find anyone. No traces of the camp." The girl breathed on her cold palms and rubbed her fingers. "Let's put up the tent again. We'll be spending the night here anyway." "Maybe we should light a fire then. At least warm up some food." May agreed to his friend's suggestion, but he, too, was freezing cold. Soon, a small fire and warm food cheered the friends up a bit and raised their spirits. At an evening meeting, they decided there was no point in searching for the fugitive, and they should continue on their way. "I saw a dirt road. We'll check where it leads." Limanov shared the news. "The road is at least something," Lipa rejoiced. "Well, it's more of a direction than a road. I don't know when anyone last drove along it." Balu scratched his belly and yawned. "Are we on duty today, like yesterday?" "I don't care. Let's do it this way," the kickboxer agreed, throwing a couple more branches onto the fire. "And you don't count on me anymore?" May looked at Lipa a little distantly and distrustfully. "If anything happens, I'll wake you up in the morning." "Okay, I'm off to bed." Polyakova was in no hurry to follow him into the tent. After about 20 minutes, she moved closer to Kir and whispered, "Do you think he really didn't find her?" "Who, that girl?" "Well, why would he lie?" Lipa shifted on the log and hugged her knees with her arms.
He could have killed her and not told us, so we wouldn't think he was a complete psycho.
I don't think so anyway. So, he did the right thing by killing those guys yesterday? Is that okay with you too? They were reasonable. They put their guns down. No one wanted any trouble. Toropov twirled a thin branch, thinking about his answer. That's a tough question. His brain is wired to eliminate any threat, no matter how small. Mai thought I was lowering my weapon, as if surrendering, so he immediately fired his bow without even thinking. And as for the girl, well, we can't leave any witnesses here. If she brought a crowd of Avengers, you clearly wouldn't be happy, would you? The branch snapped in Baloo's hands. The dancers stared at the fire. All the arguments seemed logical, but she couldn't accept them.
Our enemies are zombies first and foremost, not people. The three of us won't survive anyway. We'll have to team up with someone, and to do that, we need to think first and shoot later.
Sometimes, while you're still thinking, you've already been shot 5 times.
What if you found this girl in the forest? Would you kill her?
Lipa knew Kier was different. Despite his bear-like appearance, he was much softer inside than Mai. I don't know, let's not talk about it. What's happened, happened. Go to bed, we're leaving early tomorrow. The morning had noticeably warmed up. Autumn had decided to delight us with a few more sunny days. The onset of winter was delayed. Wasting no time, the wanderers set off immediately after dawn. They reached the road May had mentioned a couple of hours later. Judging by the overgrown tracks, only a tractor or a serious off-road vehicle could have made it there. Where are we going, left or right? Kier turned his head, wondering which way to go. Lipa raised her eyes to the sky.
The sun is there. That means there to the southeast, towards the sea, and this way to the northwest. Well done, May praised his cousin. Let's go north.
By evening, the travelers were rewarded. The road ended at an abandoned tourist camp. For about half an hour, the wanderers hid in the shelter, observing the situation, but spotted only one infected person. The zombie was sitting, leaning his back against the wall of a small house. The friends could only identify him as a man of about 40 with no visible injuries. Is he sleeping or dead? Baloo snorted impatiently in the bushes. It looks like there's no one else here.
Don't get too relaxed yet. You do it from this side and I'll go from the other side.
May adjusted his helmet and stood up.
And me?
Lipa frowned. You'll be watching our asses. Don't stick your head out for now. The dancer watched the boys go. She clutched her spear and looked around, feeling both anxious and excited.
If only it all works out. Please, I want a bed with a mattress. I want to wash. I want a proper toilet.
The forest gods heard Lipa's prayers. The base was theirs to call their own. Several separate cottages, a bathhouse, a couple of outbuildings, and a wind turbine towering above the trees. There was no fence, which greatly upset May. To the right of the road stood a buried post with a large wooden sign. On it, in ornate carved letters, was the welcoming inscription, "Welcome to Nirvana." It felt like someone had recently lived here, but then abandoned it in a hurry. A dirty child's sneaker and a ball lay on the ground. In the bathhouse, an old t-shirt and underwear hung above the stove. Inside the residential buildings, a slight disarray reigned, with boot prints and hastily discarded items left on the floor. It looks suspicious, like they escaped from here. But there's no blood, no bodies, except for this skinny guy, Toropov muttered, eyeing the zombies. The infected man sat with his eyes closed, no longer reacting to anything, but still breathing. Baloo didn't wake the poor guy and crushed his skull with one blow.
We need to bury it or burn it, May noted. Kier was surprised by his friend's concern. What the hell? Is this your relative or something? Well, if we throw it in the bushes, scavengers will come running. Jackals or something worse. Why do we need such a neighborhood? Yes, May, you're a smart one, the big guy agreed. I'll look for shovels in that shed now. Lyndon shuffled her foot through the dry leaves. It's strange he wasn't eaten sooner. He was completely exhausted by then. That means there are no predators around. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Maybe he was still moving yesterday. The trio occupied the cleanest two-room cottage. Lipa hadn't even dreamed of a separate house for romantic pleasures. Times weren't right now. Everyone was safer under one roof. Besides, she wasn't particularly keen on intimacy with May. Polyakova would have been left alone for a few days to get her thoughts in order. But back then, she could have freaked out, run away to another city, wandered alone, or sipped a cocktail at a club. Now she had to bury her psychological worries and be glad she was alive, well-fed, and healthy. I have a shovel, Baloo announced happily.
There's a lot of useful stuff here.
Okay, let's stop here for now, and then we'll see. Look, they even had something like a chicken coop, Limanov said, approaching the empty cages behind the bathhouse, where white feathers still lay scattered at the bottom. Kirill scratched the back of his shaved head and looked around. Where did they get water? I didn't notice a stream nearby. There's that little wooden well over there, see? It's a borehole with an electric motor. If the wind turbine is working, the spot is practically perfect. We should probably surround it with concrete walls. Damn, I really want to wash up. Maybe we should light the sauna? Lipa looked at the boys with a pleading look in her eyes. Maybe, May promised vaguely. First, we need to bury the dead man. I'll take care of it. You two do the chores, Baloo said, grabbing the corpse by the legs and dragging it into the forest. About 30 meters away, he spotted a suitable clearing and began digging a grave. An hour later, tired, sweaty, and hungry, Toropov returned to his friends. Meanwhile, Polyakova swept and tidied the little house. Limanov fixed the water supply and began chopping wood. Nirvana was gradually coming to life and being transformed after its stagnation. While Baloo was steaming in the banya, Mai and Lipa were settling into the cottage. Everything's done smartly here. Heated floors, plus infrared lamps on the ceiling. Winter's easy to survive. That would be awesome! Spending the winter in a tent is definitely not an option. It's one thing in the summer when it's warm, but right now it's total crap. I remember being in Yakutsk in the winter for a competition. If we were there now, you'd be happy with our weather. Well, you compared. You might as well have mentioned the North Pole, the dancer snorted. At that moment the door creaked, and Kier returned with his face red from the heat. Phew! It's like I'm born again. That's it. I'm staying here. The big man began to wipe his mighty chest and slightly protruding belly with a towel. Baloo's entire body exuded strength and health. A wide scar stood out on his left shoulder, a memory of an unsuccessful motorcycle ride. Lipa, glancing over Toropov's strong torso, wondered if she could get together with Kier if she were alone. And she decided she could. He wasn't exactly her type, but as a man, he wasn't repulsive either. And by today's standards, Kirill was practically a prince on a white horse, albeit a pedestrian. The girl couldn't help but notice how different she and May were. Her cousin had almost no body hair, while Baloo had hair growing everywhere, from his ankles to the top of his head. The powerful, slightly plump Kier resembled a brown bear, while her thin and wiry brother looked more like a rangy wolf. Are you going together or taking turns?
the big man asked with a sly smile. Lipa and May met each other's eyes and became slightly embarrassed. "How are you?" "Well, let's go," the girl suggested. "Then I'll keep the Glock. I promise I won't peek through the window at you." It's a shame that girl in the colorful jacket ran off. I would have gone to the bathhouse with her, too. Toropov hung his towel on the line and shuffled off to his room to change. The cousins left the house. The forest didn't seem as ominous, cold, and dangerous to the girl as it had the night before. Now they had a warm house, a roof over their heads, and a soft bed. Polyakova walked ahead, feeling her brother's gaze on her back. The door creaked, and clouds of steam billowed out of the dressing room and vanished above the treetops. "Wow, they've heated it up." "Yes, next time we need to stoke the fire more economically. There's not an endless supply of firewood," May remarked in a businesslike manner. Lipa took off her clothes and entered the steam room. She lay down on her stomach on the bench and stretched out her legs in bliss. Limonov splashed water on the stove, and the hot stones responded with a loud hiss. "Phew, how good," the dancer purred with pleasure. May glanced at her petite, naked figure. In the dim light, she seemed even more seductive. Limonov picked up a steamed broom and began to lightly whip Lipa. Come on harder. You know how I love it," the languid cousin encouraged. May carefully steamed her from her heels to her shoulder blades, sending oak leaves flying in all directions. The girl breathed deeply, feeling the warmth penetrate every cell of her body. Finally, the boy tossed the broom aside and picked up a wooden bucket. "I'll pour you some cool stuff now." Lipa squealed and immediately exhaled with pleasure. "Ah!" Drops of water glistened on her back and firm buttocks. The girl opened her eyes, noticed how aroused May was, sat down on the bench, pulled him toward her, spread her knees, and wrapped her legs around him. They pressed their lips to each other, kissing as passionately as the first time. Okay, take your time. Let's just wash up first, and then everything else, okay? It's too hot here anyway, better in the dressing room." May grumbled a little, but agreed. Lipa pulled back slightly, looking him in the eyes. "Do you love me?" "Until death." "Let's not do this. I need you alive. And we need other people too. Do you understand?" "So, peace?" "Well, no matter how hard you try, you have to earn it," the dancer replied with a coquettish sneer. She couldn't stay angry with him for long. Chapter 42. The Enemy Behind You. Gordy tossed and turned, counting to 100, but sleep wouldn't come. A bad feeling had been nagging at him since the evening, and he was used to trusting his intuition. It had saved his tattered hide more than once. No, he wasn't tormented by conscience for the murdered dentist. He'd long ago suppressed that as a harmful and dangerous element. That conscience alone caused him problems. Gordy stood up, dressed hurriedly, and went into the kitchen. Delina's silhouette loomed near the window. Her enormous butt swayed slowly left and right, peering intently into the dark street. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound behind her and turned around. "Why are you standing there? You're feeling dizzy, aren't you?" "Better yet, I want to go for a walk." Gordy tried to shake off his intrusive partner. But she took a few steps and blocked the doorway with her powerful figure. "No need to wander around. Go lie down. You might suddenly feel ill and faint." "Get lost," I said. "None of your business." Galina frowned menacingly. "So, running around and giving you jerk, compresses, that's my job? And now, suddenly, it's not mine? Well then get out of here, find yourself another place to live, and Lidka and I will stay here." "Why are you so mad like a crazy cow?" I said I just wanted to go for a walk. The man, seizing the opportunity, quickly slipped out the door. Get going! Get going! He heard before the door slammed shut. Gordy quietly muttered under his breath. You're a pig-faced idiot. Same mother and daughter. What a breed. How do they even manage to breed such women? Footsteps were heard. No, even the sound of clattering. Gordy, without knowing why, crouched behind the fence to avoid being noticed. He recognized Lyoka and Boris running briskly toward the bridge. Something's wrong here. Gordy felt the danger in the air. He wanted to run away, to abandon everything. But where to? He answered his own question. A cache of guns and freedom awaited him in the forest. There, he wouldn't have to toil from dawn to dusk and ask for time off like a schoolboy to run errands. What if I just take them all out at once? I just need to get the gun. The thought ran from head to toe like a gentle electric shock. His hands began to tremble, and Gordy felt for the knife sheath on his belt. He considered it for a few seconds, then opened the gate and headed to the opposite end of Dalney. He drew level with Boris's house and stopped. RoboCop had plenty of weapons, but the border guard kept them hidden. He kept only the machine gun in plain sight, which he never parted with. If only I could find that hiding place, then they'd all dance to my tune. There's no time, it's too dangerous. If they spot me, I certainly can't fight them off with a knife. Overcoming the temptation, the man continued walking. He quickly passed the intersection, then turned left, climbed over a fence, crossed several properties, and crept unnoticed up to a dark two-story house. No one lived there, but Gordy knew there was a lookout upstairs. This was an observation post beyond the southwestern edge of the village, and the watch post always carried weapons. The front door had long since been removed to make way for a security fence. Gordy entered unhindered and, holding his breath, climbed the stairs. On the second floor were two dark rooms. The guard's radio hissed. The traitor couldn't make out the words, but now he knew where to look. The wooden door was ajar. Luckily. The transmitter clicked again, and Fyodor's voice shouted over the speaker. Valak is alive. We're going to Gordy's. The man spotted a slender female silhouette near the window, making his task easier. Katya hadn't yet noticed the danger and breathed a sigh of relief. So no one's attacking us. The dentist's back. Thank goodness. But that goatee guy said Valentine was stabbed. I don't get it. There was a rustling sound behind her. Lysitsina snatched a pistol from the windowsill, but it was too late. Gordy knocked her out with one blow and seized the weapon. Now they know everything. You can't take them by surprise. We need to run. The traitor looked at the girl's body. Katya was lying unconscious on the floor, but after a few moments, she groaned and stirred. If you make a peep, I'll kill you, a vicious, prickly voice warned her. Time was against Gordy. He couldn't stay here for long. Only the fence and the perimeter stood between him and freedom. Beyond them lay an open field, a forest, and a river. What's wrong? The girl muttered barely audibly, her head buzzing like a copper bell. The traitor silently grabbed the captive by the hair, yanked her to her feet, and led her in front of him. Lysitsina yelped and immediately felt cold steel at her throat. If you scream, I'll slit your throat, Gordy threatened. He held the knife to Katya's neck and tucked the pistol into his belt. He had to act silently to avoid detection. If the captive suddenly began to resist, he could calm her down with the knife much more quietly than with the gun. The man pushed the redhead forward.
They nearly fell on the dark stairs. Gordy yanked her hair painfully again, and she screamed. "You bastard! We saved you!" Lysitsina snapped. "Quiet, creature. One more word, and it will be your last." Finally, they reached the first floor and stepped outside. Gordy had already turned toward the fence when a lisping voice suddenly came from the other side. "Stop! Don't be stupid! Let the girl go!" The bastard bared his teeth and almost completely hid behind Katya. Lysitsina felt like the blade was about to slice through her neck. "Drop the gun!" Gordy shouted, but RoboCop didn't budge. "Let her go, and you can go wherever you want," the border guard promised. The traitor didn't believe he'd be let out of the perimeter alive. He prepared to kill. Gordy glanced around frantically and took a few steps back, pulling the captive along with him. "Just move, and I'll slit her mouth from ear to ear." Katya glanced sideways and saw a figure flash by. She sensed Gordy's fear. One mistake, and he would be finished. But her life, too, hung by a thread. "Take that, you bastard!" The redhead slammed her elbow into his liver. Then she jerked back, slamming the back of her head into his nose. The sudden pain made the man's vision blur. "Oh, you twar!" Gordy didn't remain in debt. The blade slashed across her throat. The captive clutched her neck and collapsed to the ground. A crash came from the left. The traitor screamed, lunged forward, tumbled head over heels, and landed face down. Boris and Gorik flanked the enemy. Max tore off his jacket, trying to stop Katya's bleeding. "Help! She's dying! Here, quickly!" Lysitsina rolled her eyes, her arms spread lifelessly. Blood poured down her neck and chest. Her hoarse, trembling breath grew weaker and more ragged with each passing second. She no longer thought about anything. She feared nothing. The pain dissolved in her body and merged with other feelings. "Andre," whispered blue lips. A second later, Agat howled mournfully, sensing in his gut how death was creeping through the streets of the village. Chapter 43. New Captivity. A gust of wind shook the pine branches, sending snow flying down in a silvery shower. Nearby, crows cawed excitedly, eager to fill their feathered bellies with carrion. "Da, but it's better to remain a living idiot than to become a dead smartass." The first part of the plan had already worked. The adversaries didn't shoot him on the spot, but cautiously approached to see what the idiot was thanking them for. "Face down," growled the biggest man in the fur hat with ear flaps. Ivan took a deep breath and buried his nose in a snowdrift. The snow burned his skin with cold, and the premonition of imminent death sharpened all his senses. But that's okay. Sirotkin can't feel a thing anymore. He's lying there like a frozen log. Soon the crows will start eating him. And I'll survive. I'll survive, the prisoner told himself. "Who are you? Where are you from? How many of you? Where is the camp?" Natanish's questions flew out faster than bullets from a Kalashnikov. "I'm not with them. They took me prisoner." The cosmonaut boomed dully from the snowdrift, without raising his head. "I don't understand a damn thing. Get up!" Khariton kicked Ivan in the ribs and forced him to his feet. Vorobyov choked, endured the pain, and repeated with difficulty. "I didn't take it off. I was in captivity. Thank you for freeing me." His gratitude didn't particularly please Natanich. While Diamond and Pook were removing trophies from the dead, Khariton pondered what to do with the prisoner. He wanted to resolve this issue quickly and without unnecessary complications, but something kept the leader from firing.
Was it just you and your squad? Where are the rest? We're the only ones on snowmobiles. There are still people in the bunker. I'll show you. This intrigued Chariton. He had no plans to share the territory with anyone else. Since they had started a war, they would have to fight to the end. What should we do with the snowmobiles? Asked a man with a red, round face. Natanich thoughtfully frowned, his frost-covered eyebrows. Drive it to the Berdugins plot, put it under the canopy, and then we'll see. That's it? Maybe we can roll one back to us. Are you an idiot or something? Hide them, I said, and bury the dead men in the snow and cover their tracks, Natanich said, giving instructions about the equipment and the corpses. He turned to the prisoner. Can you walk? The cosmonaut stood up and nodded affirmatively. You're lucky. No one would have carried you. Follow Dima along the ski track. If you slow down, I'll bury you right away. You'll thaw out by spring. Red took off on skis, and Vorobyov had to sprint hard after him. Chariton brought up the rear of their small group, constantly glancing back. Behind him, the engine roared as Pook began to overtake the captured snowmobiles. By the time they reached the large cottage on the outskirts, Ivan was barely breathing. It felt like he was about to start coughing up blood. Sweat poured down his back and froze instantly, soaking into his clothes. But Vorobyov gritted his teeth and endured the pain, fear, and cold, just to get back to Masha. The prisoner's wrists were tied in front of the porch, and only then was he allowed into the house. Chariton pointed to the corner of the hallway. Wait there. Don't take another step. Thanks for that, Ivan said, sitting down against the wall and stretching out his legs. Here he could warm up and recover a little from the freezing march. The rest of the household immediately took an interest in the prisoner. A large-breasted woman with a kind but frightened face walked past. A pretty girl of about 18 flashed in the doorway, and then a dark, stern beauty came out to look at the stranger. Who is this? Why is he here? Regina asked nervously. Chariton took off his down jacket and demanded tea. He only answered the pharmacist's question once he had quenched his thirst. We did a bit of shooting today. Finally spotted those guys on the snowmobiles. They won't be causing any more trouble here. We got our tongue. We'll talk now. Ivan closed his eyes and winced at the tingling in his legs. His toes were thawing, his throat was raw, and a throbbing pain pierced the back of his head. It had been a tough day, and now it would be decided whether he would survive until evening. Natanich sat down on a chair in front of the prisoner and placed an axe next to him. Let's do it clearly, quickly, and honestly. Then you'll live. Who? Where from? Why? Vorobyov felt like he was playing a game of what? Where? When? Only here, one wrong answer could get him beheaded. Ivan swallowed thick saliva and licked his chapped lips. I'm an astronaut. We were flying on important business. On what? On a rocket? Dima laughed behind the leader's back. Keratin only turned his head slightly, and the red-haired man immediately shut up. By helicopter, Vorobyov continued. But that's another story. Anyway, we landed to refuel and were captured. There's a science bunker here in the forest. There's enough food, weapons, and clothing there to last you 100 years. Ivan didn't know what was in the storerooms, but he decided to lie outright to paint the escape as a desirable target for capture. How many people are there in your bunker? Men? Soldiers? Natanich continued his interrogation. The cosmonaut thought for a few moments. There aren't many fighters left. 4, maybe 5, including the commander. A couple of scientists and my friends. I'll help you capture the bunker. We don't need anything there. We'll just fly away and that's it. And you'll get fuel, food, medicine, and a safe haven. We have plenty of food and guns too. Why risk breaking into this bunker? You killed the scouts. Sooner or later they will take revenge. Who? 4 people? Now they'll quickly hide in their hole and never show their faces again. Ivan frantically tried to think of another way to motivate this brute to invade. If he didn't want to emerge from his lair, he'd have no use for a prisoner. This isn't just a bunker. They were developing biological weapons there, deadly viruses. If they wanted, they could kill every living thing in the area if they sensed danger. And they wouldn't even have to leave their burrow to do it. Keratin's broad, powerful forehead became covered in large folds. His lower eyelid twitched nervously under his left eye. Vorobyov didn't stop, continuing to press the issue. If the scouts don't return within 24 hours, they'll send a couple more men. But they'll be stealthy. You won't even notice they're getting close to your house. We saw the smoke from the chimney from afar. They simply had no orders to contact the locals. And now the situation is different. You attacked first, so you'll have to respond. Either wait for their special forces to arrive or attack yourself. But even if you fight them off, you definitely won't be able to hide from their infection. They can hold out for a long time with their autonomous survival system, and they'll create a dead zone for you here. Ivan noticed that his horror stories had at least had an effect on the female members of the group. The eldest woman turned pale and exchanged glances with the attractive young woman. Regina, her expression haughty, was also lost in her thoughts, and they were most dismal. The red-haired man's mouth dropped open, and he stared blankly at the prisoner. Hariton remained silent, his expression impassive. We need to get out of here before they realize it, Uliana Andreeva began to wail. Natanich understood there was nowhere to go, certainly not until spring. But he couldn't say that in front of Ivan. How do we get into the bunker if it's so impenetrable? The pharmacist's brown eyes bored into the cosmonaut. He noted in passing that this woman resembled a cobra, a beautiful but dangerous bastard. She looked like she might drip poison from her lip at any moment. I have an idea, but we need to act quickly. Tonight, Vorobyov warned. The door slammed, and Pooh appeared on the threshold. Ivan recognized the red-faced man who had been tasked with covering up the traces of Sirotkin's squad's execution and driving the snowmobiles. I did everything cleanly, reported Pavel Dmitrievich. Hariton listened calmly to the report and again stared at the prisoner. Don't beat around the bush. Come on, pitch your idea. The cosmonaut detailed the plan he'd devised along the way. It all sounded simple enough, perhaps too simple, and that could have raised doubts. Natanich, like most of the village's residents, had heard about a secret facility near Mezdugirskoye. Rumors about it varied. Khariton knew one thing for sure. It was best not to enter that territory, or even go near it. Otherwise, the authorities could quickly charge them with espionage and send them off to fell trees in even more remote places. But that was before. The system is gone, meaning the bunker's owners are cut off from the rest of the world. And no one will come to their aid now. It's every man for himself. The main thing is to act quickly, before they suspect anything, Ivan reminded once again. Don't you have any connection with the base or something? The red-haired man asked, picking his teeth with a match. As far as I understand, there was communication only within the squad. Pooh confirmed Vorobyov's words. I collected all the radios. No one has asked for them yet. That's weird, Natanich coughed. Okay. Dinka, keep an eye on him. If he moves, hit him over the head with your bush hammer." Hariton rose and walked toward the stairs to the second floor, followed by the other men and Regina. A frightened Ulyana Andreevna scurried to the kitchen, leaving only the young woman in the hallway. She silently watched the prisoner for a few minutes. Ivan tried to strike up a conversation with the attractive guard, but she suddenly disappeared. The girl soon returned with a large iron mug of tea and a sandwich with lard. The cosmonaut pounced on the treat with the greed of a young wolf. "Thank you," Vorobyov said with his mouth full. "My name is Dina." "Vanya." The prisoner put the mug on the floor and extended his hands, bound at the wrists, in greeting. The new acquaintance lightly squeezed his fingers and whispered, "Do you really have a helicopter?" "Yes, but there's no fuel. Or rather, no access to it while other people are in charge in the bunker." Dina looked thoughtfully at the cosmonaut, as if she wanted to ask something else. But at that moment, loud footsteps were heard on the stairs. Hariton and the others were returning from the meeting. Vorobyov braced himself for the verdict. Chapter 44. Night Attack. "Well, another one?" "Enough. I'll be swollen tomorrow anyway. I've already drunk 4 cups. "Well, as you wish," Kirill yawned. "And I'll drink a 5th. Warmth spread through my body after the sauna. Fragrant herbal steam rose from the teapot, and a small green table lamp cozy illuminated the kitchen. The base lived up to its name. People truly were immersed in nirvana. Although Mai only appeared relaxed on the surface, unlike his cousin and friend, he didn't experience euphoria. "Let me take the first shift, you take over at night, and we'll leave the morning to Lipa," Limanov suggested, rising from his chair. "Okay," Baloo agreed, slowly sipping his hot tea. "It's a shame there's no second floor." Mai, for some reason, pulled the clip out of his Glock and counted the bullets, although he remembered perfectly well that there were only 3 of them. "You can't see very far because of the trees anyway." "Oh, damn! You forgot you're in the bathhouse," Kir said, panicked, slapping his chest. "What did you forget?" the kickboxer asked, alarmed. Toropov jumped up, grabbed the bat, and headed for the door. "And a chain with a cross." "Well, you'll go in the morning." "No, I once rode my bike without my cross, and look what happened. I nearly cracked my head," Kir said, showing a large scar on his shoulder. "Since then, I've never parted with my cross. I only took it off in the sauna, because it gets so hot in the steam room it burns." Limanov handed his comrade a pistol. "Take the gun, otherwise the killer raccoons might attack." "I'll beat them all up with a bat." Baloo waved his hand and went out into the street. The dark, starless night painted the forest a single color. No shades or tints, everything was awash in black. Toropov walked slowly, afraid of tripping over a root or an unseen ledge. The door hinges creaked grumpily, as if the bathhouse wasn't very happy with the nighttime visitor. Kiro quickly found a chain with a cross and immediately put it around his neck. Only then did the big man feel safe. On the way back, Baloo ventured a little deeper into the forest, stopped in front of a tree, and lowered his pants. They had a comfortable little house, but 5 glasses of tea suddenly demanded to be released, and Kir realized he might not make it to the bathroom. He watered the bushes for a long time, listening to the voice of the night forest. Animals understood this language, but man had long since forgotten it, ever since he placed himself above nature and its laws. Finally, Toropov exhaled with relief, turned toward the house, and suddenly heard a soft rustling sound behind him. His ears warned him of danger too late. A second later, someone fell upon Baloo and grabbed him by the neck. The pain was so sharp that it momentarily paralyzed Kirill. The bat flew out of his hands. Toropov lost his balance and fell to the ground. "Ah! Moo! Ah!" Baloo screamed even louder, stretching out his arm as hard as he could and touching his fingers to the club. Before the blow, the beast sensed danger and dodged. Kirill made out a human silhouette, but realized it wasn't a zombie. It was moving too quickly and nimbly. The hybrid, leaning on all fours, pressed his belly to the ground. He now resembled a lizard. But suddenly, the lizard leaped with the agility of a cat, aiming its claws at the man's face. Toropov managed to swing, and the aluminum bat crashed into his opponent's skull. Baloo felt a vibration from his wrist to his shoulder. The mutant fell backward, but quickly rose. At that moment, Kirill caught another silhouette out of the corner of his eye, behind the tree. "You're not even alone, damn it! Where's May?" Baloo felt like he'd been fighting forever, but only a few moments had passed. The kickboxer flung open the door, aiming his weapon wildly into the darkness. Toropov rushed toward the house, the stunned hybrid chasing after him, and immediately a second one appeared. "Shoot! Shoot!" Kirill yelled, but Mai couldn't make out who he was shooting at in the darkness. He barely made out some silhouettes behind his friend and pulled the trigger. The first bullet merely grazed the mutant's head, but the second entered just above his heart. A piercing screech rang out, and the second hybrid darted to the right and disappeared into the trees. The friends ran into the house. The lock clanged. Mai pulled up a heavy chair and quickly barricaded the door. "Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Who attacked you?" Lipa screamed in horror. "A zombie, only fast as a snake and agile as a monkey," Baloo panted. "You need to be bandaged. There's so much blood. I'll find the first aid kit right now." A shadow flashed in front of the window. Something scraped on the roof. "Light!" Limanov flicked the switch, and the house plunged into darkness. Everyone fell silent. The only sound was Kirill groaning softly and grinding his teeth in mounting pain. Lipa's trembling whisper echoed in the room. "I found it. Come here. Let's go to the bathroom. The light from the street can't be seen there. I'll treat the wounds." The big guy limped toward his friend's voice, but crashed into a table along the way. Something fell to the floor and shattered. It seemed to Mayu that the entire forest heard the crash. He didn't know how acute the creature's hearing was, but he was sure they could see perfectly well in the dark. Lipa and Kir left. The kickboxer heard something scratch at the door and then run away. He distinctly heard hopping footsteps, as if the enemy were moving on 4 legs instead of 2. At the same time, a noise came from the roof. "How many are there? 2? 3? More? I definitely wounded one, and maybe even finished one off." Mai took a few steps and felt for a bow and arrow on the sofa. The hybrids were in no hurry to launch a frontal attack. They circled like cats around a hole containing 3 mice. The hunters were studying the prey's hiding place. The wounded mutant sniffed the ground where it had fought the human, smelled blood, and bared its teeth. The bullet lodged inside it hurt with every movement, but its instincts told the predator that the best medicine would be warm, juicy meat. Limanov couldn't remember the last time he'd been so afraid. His hands were shaking, his breathing was rapid, and his t-shirt was soaked with sticky sweat. The unknown fueled his fear. If these aren't people, zombies, or animals, then what are they? The same question kept swirling around in his head. They'd never encountered such an enemy before. The only comfort they had, if there was any comfort at all, was that they were protected by a sturdy house, not a flimsy tent. Kickboxer tried to keep an eye on all the windows at once,
but he couldn't keep up. One mutant scratched the glass in the kitchen, and then another ran past the bedroom. "Strike!" May darted into the hallway, but the attacker had already vanished into the night. Lucky. This time, the glass held. The adversaries were clearly probing for weak spots in their defenses. Only clever creatures could act like that. "Oh, this will be a fun night. I just want to survive it." Limonov dreamed of dawn, though he doubted it would bring salvation. Lipa and Kier, carefully moving around the house by touch, returned from the medical unit. "Where are they? What are they doing?" Baloo croaked under his breath. "They're knocking on the windows, apparently inviting us to a meeting. Or maybe they're asking to spend the night. How are you?" "It's bearable. I'll live. And I hope, happily ever after. Although these dogs bite painfully, and they scratch too." May handed the pistol to his friend. "They don't look like dogs. The guy running after you seemed to be walking on 2 legs. Hold on to the gun. There's 1 bullet left." There's someone there," Polyakova squealed. The boys rushed to the bedroom, but their adversary had already disappeared from sight. Their nerves were stretched to the limit and threatened to burst. Meanwhile, they had to keep their heads cool to avoid making a mistake. They're smarter than zombies. They don't rush in head-on. That means they have brains. Toropov wanted to take revenge on the creature that had bitten him, but he was afraid to go outside. "That's the worst part," Limonov said through gritted teeth. "We also need to use our brains. Help us." The friends managed to barricade the windows in one bedroom and the hallway. This made things easier. Only 2 vulnerable spots remained in the house. The soft patter of footsteps on the roof sounded again, but this time it wasn't as frightening. They were out of reach from above. May stood at the edge of the window and cautiously peered out. "We need to split up. I'll look after the kitchen, and you keep the second room." The hybrids seemed to sense their prey strengthening their defenses and also became active. One of the mutants crept up to the bedroom and slammed his fist into the glass. A crack appeared. Lipa clutched her spear until her wrists ached, and Kier felt his finger tremble treacherously on the trigger. Then something happened that no one expected. A thick branch hit the kitchen window. It couldn't have fallen from the tree without a reason. The wind outside had almost died down. "Damn it! The last thing I need is for these bastards to learn how to use a gun." Fear gradually gave way to anger in May's mind. He hated having to hide like a rat in a cage, but the enemy was so formidable that going out and fighting them in the open seemed suicidal. For a moment, everything was quiet. No one flitted past the windows, no one stomped on the roof, no one banged on the windows. People desperately wanted to believe that the enemies had simply left. They realized the house was innocent and surrendered. With each passing second, this belief grew stronger. That's the nature of humans. They always want to believe in the best. But these hopes, along with the glass, were shattered when a large log crashed through the kitchen window. Limonov barely managed to duck, protecting his face from the shards. Immediately, one of the hybrids crawled into the resulting hole and lunged at May. Kier rushed to his friend's aid with a loud stomp, leaving Lipa alone to cover the second room. The Glock spat out its last bullet, and a momentary flash lit up the kitchen. The mutant whined like a wounded dog and rolled away. Mai managed to get to his feet and drew his bowstring. "Killed him! I killed him!" Baloo cried joyfully, like a child, and stepped forward to get a better look at the body. But at that moment, the hybrid stirred, then nimbly slid under the table, avoiding the bat's blow. Immediately, the mutant emerged from the other side and lunged at Limonov. But the kickboxer was ready. The bowstring whined, and the arrow pierced the open jaws. Even that didn't finish the hybrid off.
He spun around on the floor, trying to pull the shaft free, and this time, Kier's club hit him right. His opponent's skull cracked like a hazelnut. The boys hadn't heard such a joyful sound in a long time. But the jubilation was short-lived. While the friends were examining one defeated enemy, a second appeared in the broken doorway. "Window!" Limonov managed to shout, but he was a split second too late. The mutant leaped at Toropov and sank its long upper fangs between his neck and collarbone. Kirill screamed, flailed his arms, and dropped the bat. The hybrid managed to knock the man to the floor, its jaws tightening like a vice with each passing moment. Baloo screamed, trying to push the predator away, but it seemed glued to him. As they struggled on the floor, Mai struggled to aim, and at that moment, the sound of shattering glass was heard again. Lipa screamed shrilly from the bedroom, "He's climbing here!" A difficult choice fell on Limonov's shoulders. One mutant was gnawing at its friend, and the second creature was threatening to tear into the girl at any moment. Time, how quickly it sometimes flies, and how slowly it can drag. Mai decided he had time to help both of them, kicked the hybrid in the hairy belly, and then drove the knife between its ribs. At that very moment, Polyakova aimed her spear at her opponent's face, but he dodged the tip, instantly closing in and knocking the girl off her feet. Falling, Lipa hit her head on the wall. Everything spun, and a strange ringing sound rang in her ears, as if a huge copper bell were ringing above the ceiling. The hybrid's claws grazed the dancer's face, leaving light scratches. The bat prevented him from doing more than that, cutting through the air with a menacing whistle and crashing down on the back of the predator's head. Mai immediately struck a second blow, then a third, and only calmed down when the mutant's head resembled a crushed tomato. While Limonov helped Lipa, Kirill continued to fight his enemy in the kitchen. His friend's help was very welcome, but then Mai, grabbing a bat, rushed into the other room, leaving Bala alone with the wounded but fierce creature. The man and the hybrid rose to their feet simultaneously. Kir held a knife in front of him, while the mutant spread his fingers, claws sharp and hard. The hybrid jumped first. Toropov waited for it, shifting a step to the side and jabbing the tip at the enemy's throat. The steel merely grazed the skin. The enemy flew past. The big guy backed away and hit the windowsill. There was no room left to retreat. But then a rustling sound came from outside the broken window. When the fight broke out in the house, the first wounded mutant Kir had encountered outside crept closer and waited. The bullet lodged in his chest slowed his movements, but he still had plenty of strength. Baloo didn't notice another figure appear behind him. The old acquaintance grabbed Toropov by the shoulders and tore off half his ear with a single bite. Kirill screamed and instinctively tried to press his hand to the wound, but the second mutant pounced from the front and knocked the poor fellow to the floor. "Kir!" Maya's scream made the hybrids tear their bloody muzzles away from the warm meat. Lipa turned on the flashlight, and the sharp beam of light momentarily blinded the mutants. Limonov fired his bow. At that distance, he couldn't miss. The arrowhead pierced his eye socket, and the hybrid, with a bullet in his chest, was unable to rise. Another mutant leaped over Baloo's motionless body and lunged at May, but Lipa's spear blocked its leap. The tip pierced his liver, and the predator fell to the side. A second later, the bat twisted his lower jaw and shattered his upper jaw. 3 front teeth flew under the table. With his next blow, Limonov crushed his temple and shattered his skull into several pieces. No one else tried to climb through their window that night. Chapter 45. The Sentence. Despite the late night, no one slept in Dalny. Too much had happened that evening. Valentine, risen from the dead,
devoured everything Oksana placed on the table with a voracious appetite. The dentist, his mouth full, described in detail the events of the day Gordy had wounded him and left him in the forest to be devoured by zombies. "We killed the first girl right away. She could barely stand. Then a few more zombies showed up. These were stronger. I was watching them when suddenly this devil hit me from behind. I didn't immediately understand what had happened. I even blacked out for a while. Only later did it dawn on me what had happened." "How did you escape from the zombies?" Leoka sat on the windowsill, looking anxiously towards the house where Max was on duty. "Well, how can I tell you? It's like they said in that old movie. If you want to live, you'll do better." He kicked, twisted, and writhed on the ground like an eel in a frying pan. Luckily, they were slow. They must have been 2 weeks since they'd eaten. Oksana poured him some kvass and looked at Fyodor. Her husband tugged at his mustache thoughtfully, listening sullenly to the dentist. The Cossack felt ill at ease. "What next? Tell me," Robocop demanded in a lisping voice. The border guard's hope for new teeth returned. "When I saw a clear space in front of me, I was so scared I climbed a tree. And it turned out I was right. Within an hour, there were about 30 cannibals crowded beneath me." Leoka even whistled after these words. "Is that really how much? Did you imagine it out of fear?" "I recalculated 5 times out of boredom, but I kept getting confused. Sometimes it came out to 32, sometimes 33. Boris adjusted the bandage on his empty eye socket and coughed into his fist. "We need to deal with them. First, deal with that jerk and his women. They were definitely in cahoots." Oksana demanded revenge. "We'll figure it out. They're not going anywhere. The court case is a dead end," Fyodor sighed. And as if in response, he heard Agat's barking and friendly whining from the yard. While the president was away, the Cossack had taken the dog for himself. Footsteps were heard on the porch, the door opened slightly, and Gorik entered. "I'm done." The veterinarian looked as if he was barely able to stand on his feet. "We're going now." Boris nodded and turned his gaze to Valentin. "I sat in the tree until dark. I couldn't climb down carefully. They were too tightly surrounding me. I had to jump on the last one, run and hide. At night, they're completely blind, like kittens. They wandered around for 5 minutes, bumped into each other, and went back to sleep. And I was slowly moving in the dark, thinking I was heading home. But it turned out to be the opposite. So I lost the rest of the day. And with a leg like that, you can't run much." The dentist looked at the bandage covering the knife wound. Gordy's parting gift. Leoka climbed down from the windowsill and splashed himself some water from the decanter. "When you showed up, we thought the bandits that idiot told us about had arrived. It's a good thing Max didn't shoot you." "Yeah, that would be a shame," Valentin smiled sadly. Fyodor paced the room from wall to wall, his hands clasped behind his back. They were already accustomed to external enemies, but this was the first time they had encountered internal ones. They had taken Gordy under their protection, given him a home, shared their food with him, and he had betrayed them. How should he treat these new people now? The Cossack's head pounded with heavy thoughts. Why did he attack? Did you have a conflict? No, they were just walking along, chatting about this and that. They were already getting ready to set traps. I had no idea. And then, bam! Robocop stood up, took the machine gun from the table, and touched Fyodor on the shoulder. Okay, let's go interrogate him, women. Let's go. Maybe they'll tell us something useful, the Cossack agreed. Rest, Valyok. We're all glad you're back. The night was damp. Rain was threatening,
and the high humidity made the air chilly. A gusty wind, like the vanguard of a cold front, swept across the area. The weather was changing, and warm autumn days were upon us. In the southern regions, winter, though mild, could still sometimes show its frosty teeth. The men approached the small house where Galina and Lidka were being held under arrest. The same fate awaited the accomplices as Gordy. But were they really accomplices? Fyodor doubted it. Lyoka did too. And even Boris, who hadn't warmed to the strangers from the start, didn't know what to do with them. Marina and Ksyusha guarded the Gordeev women, but the women didn't try to escape, kept quiet, and whined all the while, claiming they were innocent. Mother and daughter were sitting in their robes on the living room sofa. Hearing footsteps, they jumped up and began muttering pitiful pleas for mercy. "Quiet!" the border guard barked, wincing as if something stank. "If you want to live, tell us the truth. We'll squeeze everything out of your friend with hot tongs. And out of you too if we have to," Fyodor threatened. Galina fell to her knees and crawled forward. "He's not our friend, by God. He's nothing to us. Nobody. We just survived together as best we could. We didn't sleep with him. We weren't related. Lidka absolutely hated him, and I could barely stand him either." The daughter, sniffling, burst into tears, sat down on her bottom, but did not rise to her knees. "We should have kicked him out a long time ago. He's a real bastard. All he could do was kiss Javar's ass." The mother turned pale and froze, her mouth open. Lidka realized she'd said too much. The men exchanged glances. This new information shed light on Gordy's motives. Lyoka even coughed in surprise. Robocop narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Rush away as fast as you can. Where do you know Dishafar from? And get to the divan." Galina quickly wiped her reddened eyes, with difficulty lifted her heavy butt off the floor, and tugged her numb daughter by the shoulder. "Do as they say." Leka was eager to find out the details. "So you were in Javar's gang?" "What kind of gang are we, son?" The aunt waved her hand. "We ran around like his maids, washing, laundering, cooking, cleaning. We all lived at a tourist camp in the forest. It was called Nirvana. De Javar was always on the road. He called it business trips. Gordy was his assistant, something like a caretaker. I snitched on everyone else. Who's unhappy with what, and so on," Lidka added. "Dalfefto?" Galina tugged at the hem of her robe, thinking about her answer. "Then Javar and his gang disappeared. He took almost all the men with him, and no one came back. A day passed, then a second, then a third. People started scattering in all directions. And then those beasts came. Cannibals. We locked ourselves in the house for 3 days, but those bastards still wouldn't leave. So we ran away at night and lived in the woods afterward. That's how we got together with Gordy. He's a real man after all." "None at all," the daughter barked. "It's better to be without a man at all than with such a worthless person. Did you know what your Javar does? Where does he bring his food from? His loot?" Fyodor asked coldly. Galina covered her face with her hands and began shaking all over, ready to burst into tears. But then she pulled herself together, took a deep breath, and continued. "We knew, of course. But what should we do? Run? The zombies will eat us. Or our own will catch us, and it will only get worse. Our job is to obey and not ask questions. If Javar has harmed you, then don't hold us responsible. We are small, subservient people. Didn't they tell you right away?" Galina had already opened her mouth, but Lidka interrupted her. "It was Gordy who forbade us.
He threatened to kill us. He told us to keep quiet about the past. He knew Javarov's sins were still with him. That's why he was afraid. Silence fell. The question, what to do, remained unanswered after the interrogation. However, the situation had become somewhat clearer. That was a relief. Let's go think about it. The border guard nodded to his friends in the direction of the exit. The Cossack lingered in the room for a second and frowned menacingly. If you've kept anything quiet, you better tell us now.
We'll bury you all alive for Katerina.
Everything as it was. They told everything. Cross my heart. May the worms eat me alive. Have mercy, Fedenka. The mother fell to her knees again and crawled on all fours to kiss the Cossack's feet. He stepped back, spat, waved his hand, and left the house. They're not lying, are they? Lyoka looked uncertainly at his elders. Robocop wrapped his jacket around himself and pulled on his hat. The street air sent shivers down his spine. Froda Mafrodi, the woman is a sly thief. Yes, these two are real foxes, both cunning and toothy, agreed Fyodor. Who knows what to do with them? At this time, Marina locked the aunts in the room, left Ksyusha to look after them, and went out onto the porch to chat with the men. Maybe we should send them away? I haven't had any affection for them to begin with. It's not hard to drive them away, but they might come back. They'll meet another Javar, tell him how things work here, and then show up in the middle of the night with a gang. They already know too much. The Cossack scratched the stubble on his neck, puzzling over this problem. I don't want to let him go. And there's no reason to shoot him, it seems, Leka sighed. They'll keep you under arrest for now. Dalfe Rashbermfia. Fedor nodded his head approvingly. Yes, I think so too. For not immediately admitting who they were hanging out with, they'll be kept under surveillance. Well, when are we going to finish off this bastard? Lyoka was impatient to get revenge on Gordy for the betrayal and for Katya. Fusht pamuchetvia. Oshidanie śmierci. Dafi wtrasznie famoj śmierci. The lisping border guard rattled off, but no one could make out this jumble of words. What? Speak more slowly, announcer, Fyodor chuckled. Robocop just turned away, offended. Well, fash. His friend patted him on the back in a conciliatory tone. Okay, don't be angry, Borka. Our dentist survived, which means he'll give you new teeth, better than the old ones. We'll start understanding you again. By the way, he told me he wants to bring equipment and open a real doctor's office here. I'll have to run to Dagomis with him, or at worst, to Sochi, to loot a drill. So, what about the execution? Leka reminded again. In the morning, Father promised, turning to Marina. You stay here tonight, and tomorrow we'll decide where to transfer these people. This little house is too luxurious for a prison. We need to find them something simpler. Put them in the basement, or in the garage. Marina's pretty face now became unusually stern and angry. We'll find a place. The men said goodbye and moved on. Ahead, on the next street, a dark house loomed, where just recently the cheerful hubbub of young voices had echoed. But now, there was an almost deathly silence. Lyoka knocked softly, and Lena opened the door, her eyes puffy and tear-stained. Come in, the girl invited, and retreated deeper into the dark corridor. Gorik sat in the room next to Katya's bed, his face haggard. 2 candles burned on the nightstand and dresser. The veterinarian looked at the newcomers and said wearily, I did everything I could. I don't know what to do next. I lost a lot of blood, although the artery doesn't seem to be damaged. I stitched it up as best I could.
Now we just have to wait. Lisitsina, pale as chalk, was barely breathing. Enormous dark circles had formed under her eyes. Her face looked more like a corpse than a living person. When Gordy slashed Katya across the throat, everyone assumed she wouldn't survive. And that would have been the case if not for Gorik. But despite his efforts, the wounded woman's condition remained extremely grave. If the night goes on, it will get better, RoboCop suggested optimistically. Everyone desperately wanted the border guard's words to come true. Fyodor crossed himself and muttered, "Lord, save me." Lisitsina shuddered, moved her lips, but said nothing. Somewhere out there, in the dark depths, Katya was struggling with death. Her life could go out at any moment, like the flickering candle flame in this room. As dawn broke, the men went to pronounce sentence. Boris unlocked the garage and turned on the light. Gordy was asleep, but hearing footsteps, he jumped up abruptly and shook his head. The prisoner's hands and feet were bound, so he could barely move. His hands were already blue and numb, but the traitor knew he wasn't in danger of amputation. He simply wouldn't live to see it. A huge hematoma had formed under Gordy's left eye. Blood had dried on his broken nose, and his entire face was covered in purple bruises. Boris took the machine gun off safety. "Why didn't you tell me right away who you were with Deshafar?" The prisoner looked at his opponents and even found the courage to grin. "So that you can shoot me like him? No, thank you. What makes you think we're the ones doing it?" Fyodor's gaze was filled with both hatred and disgust. "I saw our cars riddled with bullets. You say it wasn't you?" "We," the Cossack nodded. "And then we found your nirvana. We could have finished off your gang if we'd wanted to." Gordy spat a clot of blood at RoboCop's feet. What kind people! They probably saw the kids and women and took pity on them. But it didn't help them much. Some disappeared in the forest, others were eaten by zombies. "All right." Boris jerked the prisoner to his feet. A sense of impending death suddenly overwhelmed the traitor. He lost his courage, trembled, and began babbling frantically. "But it was I who saved you. Me! We were watching your village first, counting how many people lived here, what you did. Jawar wanted to wipe you out and move here, but I came up with a different plan. That's why we left you alone, just a couple of people as a warning." Gordy was openly bluffing, trying to cling to his last chance to stay alive. "What a kind man," Fyodor mimicked him. "And the plan was to turn us into slave labor for your gang? Thank you, it was a good plan, but we came up with our own." The Cossack kicked the traitor out into the street. Gordy walked with slumped shoulders, limping on a swollen leg. The captive's pitiful appearance would have evoked sympathy from anyone unaware of his crimes. The traitor suddenly stopped abruptly and shouted, "Why go? Shoot here!" "I'm looking at you like a naughty girl." Leoka slapped Gordy on the back of the head and urged him on. Small puddles had gathered on the ground. The sky was split in two. Clouds covered everything in the west, while in the east, bright rays of sunlight pierced the sparse clouds. Dawn painted the horizon red and orange. Gordy felt even more melancholy, having missed this beauty before. And now it was too late to admire it. They reached the outskirts of Dalny, where a rope dangled from the branch of an old oak tree. A pair of young crows perched near a nest at the treetop, watching the people with curiosity. A light mist hung over the ground like a thin, airy web. Gor, Valentine, Oksana, Soroka, and Max had already gathered at the execution site. Sova recalled how he'd hesitated that day in the forest, reluctant to show the village to strangers. I should have sent them packing. Then Katya wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's my fault. I should have made my own decisions. The teenager blamed himself, glaring at the traitor with cold hatred. The dentist, shifting from foot to foot, met his adversary's gaze. Suddenly, he felt disgusted by the sight, and Valentine turned away. Gordy lacked the courage to meet his end with dignity. He fell, began screaming, writhing, and begging for mercy. The men struggled to lift the prisoner onto the stool and forced his head through the noose. A few seconds later, his body hung helplessly. For a moment, Gordy froze, and then suddenly began kicking the air as if trying to escape death. The rope slowly squeezed his throat. The hanged man instinctively tried to breathe, but the noose pressed on his lower jaw, preventing it from opening. After about a minute, the pain became unbearable, and true agony began. The traitor's body convulsed, and all this time Gordy remained conscious. Every second seemed an eternity. A wet spot spread across his pants. His legs began to bend backward, as if he were trying to touch his back with his heels. The man no longer had control of his body. His brain, deprived of oxygen, sent erratic signals. His muscles vibrated, and death wrapped its icy hand around the throat of his new victim. An experienced executioner could hang a condemned man so that his suffering lasted only a few minutes. But Fyodor and Boris lacked such skills, so Gordy thrashed for a full 15 minutes. Only when his body went completely limp and stopped shaking did the border guard cut the rope. At that moment, in the dimly lit room, Katya opened her eyes and looked around. The candles in the room had long since burned out. Lena was snoring on the next bed. Death had taken its toll and left Dolny for a while. Chapter 46. Bunker Invasion. It was well past midnight when Vlasov heard a cautious knock on the door. The major had fallen fast asleep and upon awakening didn't immediately realize what was happening. The knocking repeated itself, becoming more insistent. Miron Mikhailovich groaned, rose from his bed, slipped his feet into old slippers, and opened the door. Sergeant Kutovoy, the most junior member of the bunker's security platoon, stood on the threshold. "Comrade Major, Lieutenant Sirotkin has returned." "Let him come see me straight away." Vlasov rubbed his eyes wearily and slammed the door. The bed was beckoning him. He was desperately sleepy. But instead of a blanket, Miron Mikhailovich pulled on his pants and shirt and headed to the office. The shelter doors slowly slid open. The wind blew a handful of snow into the resulting gap. Ivan, lying in the sleigh, quietly crossed himself. Now everything would be decided: freedom or death. When the gates opened wide enough, a single line of snowmobiles entered the bunker. Sirotkin's detachment consisted of 4 men, plus Vorobyov as bait. Hariton barely scraped together enough men to return with the same force. They even had to dress Dina as one of the fighters. She was the last one to arrive. The guard who let the scouts in didn't even glance their way. He was eager to get back to the warm compartment rather than freeze in the hangar. In the dim light, no one would have been able to tell the costumed scouts apart from the real ones at first glance. Natanich was almost as big as the late Sirotkin, and in their helmets and special suits, they all looked the same. Only the bullet holes in their clothes might have raised questions from the guards. But the guard didn't pay much attention at first, and then it was too late. Hariton quietly pulled out his pistol. The soldier didn't even have time to panic, but simply slid quietly down the wall with 2 holes in his chest. "Go ahead. If anything goes wrong, I'll shoot you in the spine," the leader warned and pushed Ivan in the back. If something goes wrong, the cosmonaut mentally encouraged himself, is not part of our plans. If the station had been fully staffed, their intrusion would have been detected by the surveillance cameras. But with only a handful of personnel remaining, only one man was on duty, his body rapidly cooling in the freezing hangar. The next target was a soldier in the corridor next to the medical bay who was monitoring Tanya's room. A third was eliminated in the building housing the zombies and hybrids. Natanich's gang worked quickly. The captured pistols with silencers were almost silent. Haritan himself did all the bloody work. Dimon was the second gunner, and Puk was backup. Ivan and Dina weren't even given weapons. Natanich didn't trust either of them. The leader had a rough map of the bunker in his head, hand-drawn by Vorobyov. They'd cleared the main sections, leaving only the final section. Kutovoy, returning from the majors, jumped out at them from around the corner and flinched in surprise. The sergeant's hand reached for his gun, but the red-haired demon was faster and put a bullet through the bridge of his nose at point-blank range. The main one. Only the main one remains. But what can he do alone? Ivan's insides rejoiced. They had caught the enemy off guard during the night, while they were half asleep and carrying out routine tasks. Vorobyov spared none of them. These people had held him and his friends captive, which meant they were enemies. The men serving here were far from special forces. Despite the facility's secrecy, the security platoon's job was straightforward. All they needed was discipline, which had become somewhat lax after the apocalypse. Although, had Vlasov been a less authoritative commander, a mutiny would have broken out in the bunker long ago. The major sat in his perpetually smoke-filled office. He rested his left elbow on the desk and rested his palm on his forehead. The fingers of his right hand clutched a cigarette butt and flicked away the remaining ash. A powerful kick slammed the door open. Vlasov felt as if he'd received an electric shock. No one had ever entered here like that before. Miron Mikhailovich dropped his cigarette butt, opened his mouth wide, and stared at the invaders. 3 pistols were pointed at the major. All he could do was surrender. The cosmonaut removed his helmet and grinned. "Well, what? Will you refuel our helicopter now?" "Red, poo! Out the door! Block the approaches here! Shoot at anything that moves!" Karatin could have had a good military career. Giving orders was in his nature. Vlasov was speechless at the sight. Miron Mikhailovich's face turned pale. His cheeks trembled. His thick neck was soaked with sweat. His fingers trembled on the tabletop. Natanich pressed the barrel of the gun into his forehead and barked hoarsely. "How many fighters are there in the shelter? How many men? Where is the weapons depot?" The major's tongue felt swollen and barely moved, preventing the words from coming out. A powerful blow to the jaw was a good incentive to answer faster. Hearing the answer, the leader calmed down a bit. Vlasov's information generally matched Vorobyov's. So, the bunker was now theirs. Victory. "I'm going to see my wife." The cosmonaut turned towards the exit, but immediately heard a menacing shout. "Stop! Not a step without my permission!" But everything turned out just as I said. We agreed. "There is no we. Dimon!" Red immediately responded to the leader's call. The boy was shaking slightly from everything that had happened, and he stared at Karatin with a furious gaze. "Tie up the cosmonaut. You're responsible for him. Gather all the civilians in one room. The commander and I will go for a walk now. Will you give me a tour?" Dina moved away from the door and pressed herself into the corner. She kept her helmet on so the others wouldn't notice her terrified face. She wanted to escape from here, to avoid seeing these deaths, but she had to hold on. The bunker was unusually bustling for such a late hour. The dead soldiers had been dragged to the hangar, and all the prisoners had been herded into the medical bay. Tanya trembled, clinging to Masha. Vorobyova, out of habit, tried to soothe the little girl, but she longed for someone to calm her down. Kurotchkin, like a fish on the shore, gasped for air, trying to say something, but his usual confidence suddenly vanished. Albert Borisovich scowled at the invaders. He wanted to grab his machete and chop the red-faced man and the insolent red-haired freak to pieces, but the professor merely stamped his feet meekly. Lev Nikolaevich was breathing heavily with anxiety. When he had washed the cells of zombie excrement, he had thought things couldn't get any worse, but now he realized he had been wrong. Andrei was pushed into the room. Kuznetsov, wearing only his underwear and a t-shirt, stood next to Kaimovich. A silent question hung in the prisoner's eyes. No one understood anything, but everyone was afraid. Masha screamed and jumped when her husband appeared on the threshold. "Vanya! Vanyechka! He's alive!" Vorobyov hugged his wife tightly, as if they hadn't seen each other for several years. "Quiet, don't panic. Everything will be fine. They'll let us go," the cosmonaut promised, although he no longer believed himself. But Masha was so eager to hear these words that she immediately burst into tears of joy. Albert Borisovich glanced skeptically at the couple. He felt almost a sense of déjà vu, like that evening when that group had broken into his cottage. And now it was happening again. Just as everything had settled down, he was immersed in his work, when Vorobyov appeared again, the coup, and the end of everything. Kaimovich had no doubt that Ivan was connected to the invaders, but he still didn't fully understand his role in it. Shuffling footsteps were heard. Vlasov, escorted by Dina, hobbled into the medical unit. Hariton followed, striding in a commanding manner. He slowly glanced at the prisoners and turned to Dima. "That's all?" "No one else," the red-haired man confirmed, playing with the pistol. "That's it?" Natanich asked Vorobyov again. "Yes." Hariton frowned, wondering what to do with this dead weight. There was no need to rush. They had seized no ordinary house, but a secret facility, the purpose of which the residents of Mezhdegirskoy were unaware of even in peacetime, even though the bunker lay almost right next to them. Some said they were experimenting on prisoners there. Others told of an underground ballistic missile complex. Still others insisted it was a presidential shelter in case of a nuclear war. After several particularly curious comrades were sent to the outskirts of Magadan for attempted espionage, the villagers' interest in the place noticeably waned. Hunters and mushroom pickers didn't even bother looking in that direction. There was enough taiga for everyone. "I value honesty in people," Natanich began philosophically. "If you answer my questions honestly, you'll all stay alive. We're not bandits. We're not thugs, and we don't want any unnecessary casualties." "Yeah, not a bandit, just the Pope. You killed the entire village, and you'll shoot these guys too. You're a filthy scum," Dina cursed silently, looking bitterly at the pale Tanya and Masha. Khariton stood opposite Albert Borisovich. "Are you in charge here?" "No, that one over there." Haimovich pointed to the tied-up Vlasov. "He's no longer in charge, and never will be again." "I mean, about these experiments of yours." Natanich wiggled his fingers near the professor's nose. "I'm in charge of the laboratory, if that's what you mean," Kurotchkin responded. "Well done." The leader grinned, revealing large yellow teeth, and placed a powerful hand on the doctor's shoulder. "You'll show me everything, and tell me everything. The fate of your friendly team will depend largely on you and your honesty." My colleague and I, if you don't mind, Robert Hadisovich mumbled, glancing sideways at Haimovich. Andrei swallowed, his gaze shifting from one opponent to the other. Are you afraid to face this brute alone, or are you planning something else? There aren't many of them. 3 men and a girl. They look like some kind of collective farmers, judging by their faces. I wish we could all gang up on them at once. But Kuznetsov's dreams were interrupted by Natanish's hoarse, creaky bass. Put the mother and daughter in a common cell. Lock the cosmonaut and those bastards in separate cells. Khariton jabbed a finger at Andrei's chest, glared at Kornilov, and turned his back on him. Natanish didn't recognize the president. He looked so pitiful now that he looked more like a homeless person. The meeting ended. Pooh and Dima aimed their guns at the men and led them down the corridor. Dina approached the captives. Don't be afraid, let's go. Vorobyova looked at the stranger with surprise, as if she'd just noticed her. Dina's face seemed kind and slightly frightened, as if she'd just happened to be there, rather than intruding with the bandits. The girl was very ill. Pneumonia. Can I take some medicine? Just don't do anything stupid, please, Dina warned in a whisper, almost affectionately. Soon, Masha and Tanya were locked in a cell. There were 2 beds, but the little girl refused to leave her nanny's side. The captives sat hugging each other and covered themselves with a warm blanket, but the trembling didn't subside. Fear of the unknown clutched their hearts like icy fingers. Meanwhile, Khariton was curiously examining the laboratory. Despite his outward calm and bravado, the leader was also nervous. The operation had gone surprisingly smoothly and quickly, but the jitters persisted. While Kurochkin recounted the bunker's history and its purpose, Albert Borisovich remained sullenly silent. He was as much an outsider here as the invaders. The more information Natanich received, the more convinced he became that this piece was beyond his capabilities. It was all too scientific and complex. But Khariton understood one thing immediately. These nerds needed to be protected.
So, you have enough nastiness here to infect half the country. The doctor, shifting from foot to foot, shrugged his shoulders. Not exactly, but a large city is certainly possible. However, the virus protection is well thought out, even if a bomb were to fall on the bunker. The viruses are deep underground in a special storage facility. In a worst-case scenario, they would be completely preserved. But if necessary, you can get them from there? Yes, I have access. Natanich silently thanked Ivan. His warnings hadn't been empty words. If they'd wanted to, they really could have released the infection from the bunker. What about the zombie virus? Robert Harisovich looked at Kaimovich. The professor was staring blankly at the wall, as if he weren't there. The truth, nothing but the truth, the invader reminded once again. My colleague can better enlighten you on this matter. Albert Borisovich cleared his throat, as if before giving a conference report. This might be the most important speech of his life. His answer was meant to convince Khariton to spare their lives, no matter what. Kaimovich rubbed his palms together. We have a test vaccine. It works for a short period of time. And today we plan to conduct trials of the new drug. According to our calculations, with its help, the human immune system will be able to completely block Novaya Zvezda. What? What star? This is what we call the causative agent of this disease. So, you have a cure for the zombie virus, right? Kurochkin nervously scratched his neck. He was just planning to be the first to inject himself with the vaccine. It's untested, and with your permission, we can get started right now. Everything is ready for that. Well, go ahead, Khariton allowed, wondering if there was a catch.
Albert Borisovich helped the doctor inject the drug. Korochkin breathed nervously, feeling another attack of itching approaching. But a moment later, the itching stopped, and the scientist breathed a sigh of relief. "That's it? You won't become a zombie now?" The professor adjusted his cracked glasses and put on a thoughtful expression. "It's not that simple. More months of observation, tests, and possibly a booster shot will be needed." "Why don't I eat people without any of your medicines?" "Your immune system is blocking the pathogen. We're studying this issue. Clearly, the key factor here is the rabies virus." Natanich didn't like this boring, bespectacled man. The leader lowered his already ironclad voice. "Speak Russian." "It's rabies," Korochkin intervened in the conversation. "Those who have been vaccinated against rabies are not as susceptible to the zombie virus." Khariton paused for thought. A long-forgotten episode surfaced in the depths of his memory. Night, a dark alley, a sudden growl and pain in his ankle. He'd beaten that mongrel to death, but only went to the hospital when things had gotten even worse. The doctors barely managed to save him. Rabies. That's what it was. "Okay, we'll get back to that later. Now tell me what your commander was doing here." The question stumped the doctor. Vlasov usually smoked in his office from morning until night, occasionally summoning him or Sirotkin, devising activities for the soldiers and giving them orders with a single word. "Well, he organized, controlled, and maintained discipline here," Robert Karisovich explained vaguely. "Does he have access to classified information? Maybe his fingerprint or retina can open some special doors, like in the movies?" "We have access via magnetic keys. And as for classified information, well, it was all classified here." "So, there's something he knows that you don't? Where can he go or do something that you can't?" Khariton continued to clarify. Korochkin hesitated. Albert Borisovich had already figured out where the captor was heading, but judging by his colleague's expression, he still hadn't grasped the point of all these questions. Finally, the doctor shook his head, thus sealing the major's fate. Chapter 47. Owls Don't Sleep at Night. Today didn't just pass. It flew by like a Concorde. Max woke up around lunchtime after a night shift, and now it's evening again and time to head to his post. Another shift. The work is necessary, albeit boring. Sova entered the uninhabited house where the previous owners hadn't finished the renovations. Pieces of unwelded water pipes still lay scattered across the concrete floor. Max slowly climbed the winding staircase to the second floor. He'd made this journey so many times that he knew every step by touch. A ringing, girlish giggle came from above. Pyotr's shift was ending, but he clearly wasn't spending it alone. Sova peeked into the room. Sure enough, Ksyusha was standing by the window, carefreely cooing with the president's son. Max noticed the girl lightly stroking Petya's wrist with her long, slender fingers. Watching these innocent teenage games, Sova felt a slight twinge of jealousy. When will you invite me to the wedding?" It was difficult to discern the blush on the girl's dark face, but the teenager realized he'd managed to embarrass Ksyusha. Pyotr accepted his friend's joke with Nordic equanimity. Kornilov Jr. glanced around and handed Max a pair of binoculars. "How is Katya?" "Better. Gorek said there's no infection and the stitches can be removed in a week." "Phew, thank God. I was so worried." Sova placed the pistol on the windowsill and tossed the backpack with rations against the wall. It was almost dark. Tonight promised to be cloudless. Pyotr lit a candle in the far corner of the room. Max opened the thermos and poured everyone a mug of herbal tea. "It won't be enough for you to last the night, will it?" the girl worried. I took 2. And anyway, the less you drink, the less you go to the bathroom. By the way, how do you like my hair? Al took off his hat and ran his hand through his short, spiky hair. Did your mom cut your hair? Yes. She can either braid your hair or cut your head bald, Ksyusha giggled. But it suits you. You even seem more mature. It's a bit short for winter, Peter remarked, and, as if in passing, moved a little closer to his girlfriend. Max scratched his head. He liked Ksyusha, but he didn't want to interfere in their relationship. I'm growing fast. In a month I'll have a full head of hair again. A cold breeze darted through the open window and disappeared into the room. The flame flickered in fear and went out. Everything plunged into darkness. Petya stood lazily, struck a match, relit the candle, and changed the subject. If Zhenya moves from the bunker to us here, he will install video surveillance, maybe even motion sensors. It would be better to run electricity through the barbed wire and mine the field around it. No way. Then sooner or later we'll stumble upon a mine ourselves, Ksyusha protested. Do you think the Gordevskys will be kicked out? I shouldn't have brought them here. Then I wouldn't have had to kick them out. Max wasn't very concerned about the fate of Galina and Lidka. They didn't inspire any sympathy. The friends chatted for another hour until Fedor called them on the radio. Petya, Ksyusha, are you on duty? Over. Yes, with Max, over. Go home. Stop chirping. Over and out. Orders were not discussed. Sova saw the couple off, closed the door, extinguished the candle, and paused in the corner of the window. At such moments, he liked to reflect on the past. The teenager felt sad at the thought that their group had broken up and might never get back together. They had so dreamed of reaching the south. And how had that dream ultimately turned out? Vanka, Andriuka, and Masha were missing. Katya miraculously survived. Death followed them, monotonously sharpening its scythe, pausing only to strike again. Halfway through his shift, he felt sleepy. He did 30 push-ups to perk himself up and warm up, but after a few minutes, his eyelids treacherously drooped again, as if weights had been attached to them. Max had learned to sleep standing up, in snatches of 10 seconds. He knew he only needed to endure this for half an hour, and his brain would return to normal. The pre-dawn birds began to chirp. The end of the shift was approaching. Owl glanced at his watch. Lenka will be here in an hour, if she doesn't oversleep. He decided he wouldn't scold her for being late today. Over the past couple of days, his already skinny sister had become even more emaciated. The girl was deeply worried about Katya, not to mention her missing friends. But today, she arrived 5 minutes early. Are you hungry? I just warmed it up before we left. So, is this a very late dinner or an early breakfast? Lunch, during which you will catch up on sleep. The hot meal lifted their spirits. Lena said Katya hadn't slept well that night, tossing and turning and muttering something unintelligible. I didn't even really get enough sleep. I kept going up to her, checking if she had a fever. She has enough to give her nightmares. Ours probably haunt her, and that bastard with the knife. They shouldn't have hanged Gordy, but finished him off slowly, so he'd suffer longer. Lena didn't share Max's bloodthirstiness. She considered even a quick death the most terrible punishment. Brother and sister chatted quietly, whiled away the morning twilight over hot tea. The sky had brightened a few shades. They hadn't previously noticed how wonderful it was to survive the night. Before the epidemic, Lena disliked mornings. It meant school, lessons, and household chores. But now, every morning was a small victory over the night, and therefore
over death. Although there were plenty of dangers during the day, some of her fears finally faded in the morning. "What are you thinking about?" The girl looked at her brother with big, sad eyes. "Well, I look at all this, and I understand that it's not mine." "What are you talking about?" "This whole life. I don't want to stay here and become a farmer. Maybe when I'm 50 I'll want to settle down, raise chickens and pigs, grow wheat, but definitely not now." "It's safe here," Lena noted uncertainly. "Not really, you see. Nowhere is safe. Everywhere has its pros and cons. But I want to leave." "How?" Max's words took his sister a little by surprise. As if they didn't have other problems, he wanted to run away. "Not now, of course," her brother reassured her. "We'll wait until summer. If our people aren't back by then, that's it. You understand? They could be stuck somewhere. There's already snow in the Urals and Siberia. The roads are snowed over, making travel difficult. If they're alive, they'll definitely head back in the spring. We'll wait. But if they're not back by June, we'll never see them again." "So what then? Where do you want to go?" Max put his hands in his pockets and began to walk slowly, staring at the concrete floor. "The world is big. I loved our trip. Monster, Beluga, it was great, right? But to cross half of Russia just to get stuck in this little village? No, that's not what I dream about. I want to go further, travel across Europe, sail the seas, maybe even cross the ocean, who knows? Want to go to Brazil?" "I don't know. In my dreams, everything is fine and beautiful. But when I imagine it, it's immediately scary." "Me too. But rotting here is even scarier." Lena breathed on her palms and flexed her fingers. Soon the sun would rise higher and it would get warmer, but for now it was very chilly outside. The girl pondered her brother's thoughts. He had always grown bolder and more active than she, and now he was drawn to adventure, while Lena was content in Dalny. But she knew that if Max left, she would follow him, even if it was terrifying. "What about Katya?" "We'll offer it to her. Let her decide. I think she'll be lonely here without Andriuka. But we still have to make it to summer. Something nasty pops up here every day." As if to confirm his words, a faint splash was heard on the river. Max looked through his binoculars and immediately grabbed his radio. "Alarm! Someone's crossed the river. They're behind the bushes now, I can't see them. Alarm! Alarm!" Max repeated, trying to spot the intruder. It was just beginning to get light, and the village was still in semi-darkness. "Over," the speaker answered in Boris's voice. "Don't rush. We're going to Sheba." Lena clung to her brother in fear. Without night vision binoculars, she couldn't see anything on the shore. "What did you see?" "Just a silhouette, quickly slipped by. I didn't really make it out." "Maybe these are the zombies that Valentine was running from on the other side of the river." Max bit his lip and barely breathed from excitement. "No, it's a person. Zombies don't like to swim. You remember that, right? The hungry ones might, or if you really anger them. A zombie could fall into the river in the dark and float out here. You only saw one?" "I think so." "Stop! There he is! He climbed over the fence. He's in the village." "That's definitely not a can. He's very agile, the bastard." Lena took the radio. "Lyoka, is anyone here? Over?" "No, everything is quiet. I'm keeping my eyes open. Reception." "Max, get down. Lena, watch. Borka and I are already on our way. Over," Fyodor hissed into the radio.
Don't forget to lock the door, and don't hang around in front of the window, Owl shouted and ran down the stairs. On the street, Max joined the men and briefly recounted everything he'd seen. The Cossack held Agate on a leash and looked around sullenly. We're quietly combing through the area. Maybe it's just a stray. Nikolaich once snuck into our barn without permission. A small squad of 3 set out to search for the intruder. The radio was silent, and none of the sentries noticed anything suspicious. But soon the enemy gave himself away. A terrifying scream rose from the sheepfold. The dog bared its teeth and growled. "There on the farm!" Max shouted. "Quiet, don't rush, hold the dog." Fedor handed the leash to the teenager. The men approached a large barn where sheep, pigs, chickens, and rabbits were kept. The Cossack looked at the gate in surprise. The bolt is in place. Did he climb in through the window? The border guard opened his toothless mouth, but his words were drowned out by the pig's piercing squeal. Agate yanked the leash so hard he nearly dislocated Sova's arm. "Shifei, before he wipes everyone out." Fyodor was the first to look into the barn, but he couldn't see anything. "Get the dog," Robocop demanded, and a second later Agate rushed into the barn. "Down! Face down! I'll shoot you on the spot!" the Cossack yelled, trying to find the enemy with the beam of his flashlight. Somewhere in a dark corner, teeth clashed, and a dog let out a drawn-out whine of pain. Something large darted along the wall on all 4s, climbed over the fence, and leaped into the flock of sheep. The animals scattered, completely stupefied with terror. In the pen opposite, a pig was dying, its belly ripped open, its intestines spilling onto the floor, but the animal was still trying to crawl away. The dimly lit barn was in such chaos that the men couldn't see the enemy. Max called out to Agatha, but he didn't respond. Robocop and the Cossack slowly approached the sheep pen, but the hybrid outpaced them. Sensing danger, he leaped onto a beam and climbed out a window under the roof. Bullets riddled the wooden beams, harmlessly striking the mutant. "Tree!" the border guard yelled, though there was no need to rush anyone anyway. People ran out into the street and caught sight of the hybrid already climbing over the fence into the neighboring property. "That's the kind of creature that attacked us in Galinj. Agile and fast, like a monkey," Max shouted as he ran. "Where did he go?" The Cossack turned his head, looking at the neighboring rooftops. "Maybe he ran back to the river? Into the forest?" Owl suggested with timid hope. "Shasov's predufredi." Fedor raised the radio to his dry lips. "Attention, everyone! This beast can climb roofs. No one sticks their heads out. Shoot to kill. Over." "If he climbs into Lenka's window, she won't be able to cope. I'm going to her." "Stop! Let's not share." The radio hissed in response with a girl's voice. "I see him. He just ran past Valentine's house on the street, towards the center." "We need to intercept the creature. Hurry!" Max calmed down a bit. The hybrid wasn't threatening his sister yet, but danger loomed over the others. The sleeping Marina and Ksyusha, Petr, Oksana, Katya. "Katya, she's so weak, she won't even be able to call for help if that bastard gets into the house." The clatter of heavy men's boots echoed down the main street. Lyoka abandoned his post and ran toward them. He was needed here now. "Behind the fence!" Fyodor fired a burst from his machine gun. The bullets pierced several boards and cut through the bushes. "He's gone!" Robocop kicked down the gate and ran into the abandoned lot. But the mutant managed to jump over the fence and escape. "Maybe I should climb onto the roof. It'll be easier to shoot him from above." As if anticipating Max's idea, the hybrid climbed the house itself. The enemy climbed an old apple tree, crawled along a thick, long branch, and jumped onto the roof. Bullets struck sparks from the steel roofing tiles just centimeters from the mutant. He reacted instantly and climbed down from the other side. While the people were running around the house, the hybrid managed to trick them and found himself back on the main street. Soon, the sound of breaking glass was heard nearby, and everyone stared in the same direction.
"This is our house! Katya is there!" the teenager screamed and rushed to help. The mutant had broken through a second-story window and was already poking his head into the room. Max shot the door lock as he ran. Every second counted. Katya was there, in the darkness, weak and helpless. One swipe of his sharp claws could take her breath away. Sova heard Fyodor's warning cry behind him, but he no longer cared. The teenager yanked the door open and leaped over the threshold. The next second, a desperate scream filled the room, followed by a long, chaotic burst of machine gun fire. The lights flickered on, and people burst into the house and froze. Gorik clutched his machine gun with shaking hands. The hybrid's corpse lay under the stairs. The vet had riddled it with bullets, but still held it at gunpoint. The bloody, hairy body didn't move. Pale Katya, in her nightgown, could barely stand, clinging to the doorway. Boris cautiously approached the mutant, fired a kill shot between the eyes for good measure, and only then exhaled with relief. Max looked at Gore. Katya's savior lowered his weapon and crossed himself. Lena forgot to warn her brother that the vet had arrived in the early morning, so as not to leave the wounded woman unattended. Death was clearly stalking the redhead, but it couldn't yet reach her. Chapter 48. Change or Die. Just recently, Lipa's teeth were chattering from the cold in a damp tent, thinking it was the worst night of her life. Today, she learned what a truly bad night is. She and May stayed up until the early hours, preparing for another hybrid attack. Only when dawn broke did the humans believe the nightmare was over. Now they could see their enemies in detail.
"What is this? A new kind of zombie?" The dancer looked at the mutilated bodies with disgust. The devil knows what it is. The healthiest hybrid still had some clothing left, ripped jeans and scraps of a shirt. Lying nearby was a female, resembling a chimpanzee but with large silicone breasts. Light-colored hair sprouted from her skin, peeking through the scraps of tights and holey blouse. The third mutant lay completely naked, or rather covered in thick, reddish fur. Friends sometimes called Kier a bear because the big guy was covered in hair from his chest to his ankles, but he couldn't even come close to competing with the hybrid's growth. They are closer to animals than to people. May carefully lifted the dead man's upper lip and examined the fangs. The teeth are smaller than those of wolves, but larger than those of humans. Maybe they are vampires? So, we're in the worst horror movie ever. Zombies on one side, ghouls on the other. We'll have to make arrows out of aspen. No, they're not vampires, and holy water certainly won't help them. The cousin looked at the bedroom door. In movies, people turn into vampires after being bitten. What if something similar happens here? You mean Kira? I don't believe those stories, but it wouldn't hurt to tie him up. Seriously, you never know. Can you imagine if that big guy turns into a monster like that? Baloo suffered the most. First, he was attacked by a hybrid on the street, and then, during a fight in the house, a mutant tore off almost his entire ear. That's not even counting the dozen deep bites. The idea of tying up a friend seemed reasonable to Lipa. Let's go. I'll try to change his bandage at the same time. Toropov lay unconscious on the bed. He'd swallowed painkillers and was sleeping soundly, recovering from the beating. While Polyakova carefully tended to his wounds, Mai strapped his friend's legs together. No need to be too tight.
The last thing we need is an amputation, Lipa warned. Yes, I know, not really. Just so I couldn't run. I'm most afraid of infection. Who knows what kind of infection could be lurking in the mouths of these creatures? Limanov rubbed his forehead and eyes with his palm, slowly but surely falling asleep. What will be, will be. I'll go wash up. Rest was out of the question. The cottage's defenses needed to be strengthened, taking into account the new reality. May carefully opened the door and peered outside. The leaves had fallen, and the surrounding forest was now clearly visible. Kickboxer looked up. Danger now loomed from above. One of the hybrids had run across the roof yesterday, meaning those bastards couldn't climb a tree with any difficulty. We're in trouble. What next? They'd already perfected their tactics against the zombies, but mutants were a different kind of enemy. Only in a tank could you relax against them. They were agile, fast, strong, had excellent night vision, and most importantly, cautious. And caution is a sign of intelligence. And that was the biggest problem. May didn't yet know how to solve it. No one. I had to get out, but I was scared. What if another 10 of those mutants burst out of the bushes? But there was nothing I could do. Sitting there with broken windows was even scarier. Limanov, armed with a bow, crept into the shed for tools. He decided to board up the windows so no more of the bastards could get through. We have electricity, but we'll manage without sunlight. We're out of ammo. That's the worst part. Now the friends could only rely on a bat, knives, a spear, and a bow and arrows. Almost like primitive hunters. Only they didn't know how to hunt. Rather, they were being hunted. While May fiddled with the windows, Lipa covered his back. An extra pair of eyes was very useful right now. Kier woke up for lunch, asked for water, looked at his bound legs, and insisted on having his arms tied. Come on, come on. I don't want to eat you if I turn into such a creature. Just finish me off quickly, okay? Shut up, will you? You'll just crow about it, Limanov replied, without malice. His friends were relieved that the big guy had regained consciousness. But he had lost a lot of blood and was still weak. Mai couldn't yet count on Kirill as a combat or operational unit. Phew, now even a bear will have a hard time getting through our window. The kickboxer looked at his work and was pleased. Lucky us, this shed is practically a carpentry shop, with all the fasteners and boards. Now we need to do something with the bodies. What do you think, burn them or bury them? Polyakova sniffed the air and pursed her lips. Can you imagine the smell of burnt meat? Half the forest will smell it. I agree. I just don't want to dig such a huge hole. My back will fall off. But there's nothing to be done. You're right. I'll have to dig. You're right. It had been a while since Lipa had heard those words from her brother lover. Something had changed in him after last night. The only question was, in what way? The dancer glanced at the sky. Darkness was just a few hours away. Night. It had once been their ally. Under its protection they had launched raids. But now, with the arrival of the mutants, the night was no longer their friend. I can just imagine if we hadn't found this place and were spending the night in a tent. And then these zombie beasts. We wouldn't care much right now. The dead don't care about anything. Mai tensed and tugged at the legs of the heaviest hybrid. They went a little deeper into the forest, found a flat spot, and Limanov picked up his shovel. His cousin kept her spear in her hand, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings and the treetops. Maybe there is a secret nuclear reactor or testing ground somewhere around here. What? What are you talking about? The kickboxer wiped his sweat-soaked forehead. He was already standing ankle-deep in the ground.
Well, I keep wondering where these zombies came from. They could have mutated from radiation. They often show that in movies. You're always talking about movies. Who the hell knows? I haven't heard of any reactors around here, although we could have anything. Maybe they were conducting some kind of experiments at military bases? In the mountains? Polyakova continued to hypothesize. Judging by the remains of their clothing, these people were completely civilian. Let's not chatter here. It's unknown how acute mutant hearing is. They finished before dark and locked themselves in the house. Mayu wanted to wash up in the bathhouse after a hard day's work, but he put those plans off until the morning. No time for luxury. Better to go to bed smelly but alive than to fight off hybrids in the bathhouse with his bare bottom. Kier slept all day and recovered somewhat by evening. He looked quite well, and his friends untied Bala. After dinner, the dancer passed out instantly, barely touching her cheek to the pillow. Limonov was still standing, but he knew it wouldn't last. The guys were sitting at the table. The big guy drained his third mug of tea, adjusted the fresh bandage on his ear, and winced in pain. I need to take another pill. As soon as the painkiller wears off, everything feels like it's on fire. Are there any changes in your head? You won't attack us at night? Don't be shy. If I get hungry for your intestines, I'll wake you up right away. For now, dog food with pasta suits me better. Kirill joked, a good sign, which pleased May. When the two hybrids grabbed Bala from either side, Limonov decided his friend was finished. If May had waited another minute, the mutants would have mauled the poor fellow to death. Okay, I'm going to bed. Take over. Come on, get some rest. You boarded up the windows really well, by the way. You don't even have to stand guard here. By the time you've got all these wooden beams off, anyone would wake up. I left some small cracks. You can see the street through them, but we'll still be on guard. We need to listen to what's going on behind the door. By the way, it's best to prop the door shut with a closet at night. Found a listener, Kier chuckled and pointed to the bandage around his head. Only one of your ears was bitten off. The other one is whole. Limonov entered the bedroom, carefully laid his clothes on a chair, lifted the blanket, and lay down next to Lipa. He gently hugged her and pressed himself against her warm, soft skin. His cousin was snoring deeply and didn't even stir. Despite his fatigue, the young man was eager to relieve stress, but he realized he couldn't get any affection from his girlfriend right now. May rolled over and, a minute later, began snoring softly. He woke up only late in the morning. By then, Kier was already too stupefied to wander around the house without anything to do. He didn't dare venture out alone, as that would have cost him his own life and put everyone else in danger. Limonov stood up, stretched, did some light exercises, and padded into the kitchen. Lipa continued to press her cheek into the pillow, watching the rest of her vivid morning dreams. How was your night? Better than yesterday, Kirill shrugged his powerful shoulders. Yes, I noticed that too. We need to get out of here. What? Where to? Wandering around the forest in a tent again? Baloo clearly didn't like the idea of leaving the base. No, we need to find people, weapons. How long do you think the three of us can defend ourselves against these creatures? Toropov crossed his hairy arms over his chest and frowned. Maybe there were only 3 of them running around in the whole forest, and we were so lucky that they all came galloping to us. You understand that's not true. Today it's 3, and tomorrow it's 33. Why so many? They'll die of hunger. But first, they'll eat everything that moves. May put the frying pan on the stove and scraped the remains of the canned food out of the jar. Well, the weapons are understandable.
But you used to say something different about people. You can't trust anyone and all that. I still think so, but I have to watch. These creatures scare me, really scare me. It would be easier to survive in a larger pack. If the pack is united. So you haven't answered. Where do you suggest we go? I didn't answer because I don't know myself. First, I'm going to do some reconnaissance. I don't really feel like sticking my nose outside just yet. Baloo looked warily at the boarded-up windows. We'll sit it out for now, and if everything is quiet, then we'll start rustling quietly. For 2 days, the friends barely left the house. It was tense, but everyone endured it and didn't complain. No one else tried to break in, and no fresh traces were found nearby. 3 days after the nighttime attack, Limanov decided it was time to implement a new plan. Maybe Kier's right? Were there really 3 mutants in the entire area? And what if not? We still need guns. And reinforcements. With these thoughts in mind, Mai left the house early in the morning and disappeared into the forest. He argued at length with the others, who flatly refused to let him go alone. But Limanov understood it was safer for everyone. He ran faster than his friends, tired less, and therefore had a better chance of evading pursuit. He was also a better fighter. Mai didn't say it out loud, but everyone understood that they would be more of a burden than a help. Even Kirill, with all his mighty strength. The kickboxer walked leisurely. Today he planned to stroll for 3 or 4 hours, exploring the surrounding area. The forest was preparing for hibernation, the trees resting, ready to turn green again in the spring. He and his friends had plans for the spring too. They hoped the zombies would die down and it would be safe to rebuild the world. Naive. It turned out the worst was just beginning. May remembered how, as a child, he'd dreamed of finding a treasure chest. He'd often imagined a fairy tale cave filled with treasure. Gold coins, sparkling stones, precious jewelry. Now Limanov was thinking about much the same thing, only instead of treasure, he'd prefer a weapons cache. But there were no freebies lying around. There was something else lying around. May spotted something unusual in the bushes from afar, and when he crept a little closer, he realized it was clothing. That meant its owner could be wandering nearby, or whoever had knocked him down. The kickboxer lay down on the ground, hid behind a fallen log, and watched. 10 minutes passed, and there was not a rustle around. Only the trees swayed lazily. The kickboxer rose slowly, cautiously approached the find, and examined it carefully. A colorful women's ski jacket, torn and blood-stained. Its owner had clearly been in trouble. Something about it seemed familiar. Exactly. Limanov's mind clicked, the escaped chubby brunette. They'd killed her men on the approach to Nirvana, and she'd gotten away. Kier had tried to catch up, but had failed. So someone else had caught up. Numerous footprints were imprinted in the mud. This is where the fugitive had been attacked. May continued on, delving deeper into the bushes, and after about 30 steps, spotted the bones. The skeleton lay on its back, arms splayed out to the sides. The girl had been eaten in this position. Her bitten face was covered by matted dark hair, and shreds of her sweater and pants were scattered far and wide. Limanov knew almost 100% whose work this was. The corpse reeked of rottenness. Scavengers had already plundered the entrails and remaining meat. May turned back, but noticed some trampled grass nearby. He circled the tree and saw a large depression beneath the roots, as if someone had been trying to dig a hole. Something strange lay at the bottom of the hole. Limanov couldn't quite place it. It resembled thin foam, covered in slime. The kickboxer sniffed, but detected no odor. May decided he wouldn't tell his sister about the dead woman. He'd better let her hope the fugitive had survived. Limanov stood there for a few seconds, lost in thought. He tried to suppress his guilt toward the girl and her companions, but it grew stronger. Finally, he returned to the body, dragged the remains to the hole he'd found, and buried the bones. Sorry. May covered the grave with his jacket and walked back to the house. Chapter 49. Duel. Keraton put off the issue of the prisoners until the morning. This required a clear mind, and his eyes were already drooping. Natanich personally locked Kurochkin and Haimovich in separate cells and waited for Dimon to return. I went around everywhere. It's empty. No one else, the red-haired man reported. Keraton followed the strategy that it was better to be safe than sorry, and forced his fighter to once again inspect every crack in the bunker. Pooh is on duty first. You are second. You can sleep during the day. Are we here for long? Ulya and yours are there. Pooh carefully reminded her of the women remaining in the village. It's okay. They'll spend the night without us. Tomorrow we'll decide who's going where. Where's Dinka? In the hangar, just in case. You yourself ordered it, Demon reminded, fussily sniffling. Lock her up. The redhead stared at the commander, opened his mouth slightly, and decided that he was imagining things. What to do? Lock it, Keraton said, syllable by syllable. And give me the key to her cell. Demon hesitated for a second, but nodded obediently. He'd long since learned that it was best not to ask Natanich unnecessary questions. Pooh glanced furtively at Keraton. He was beginning to suspect something, and he didn't like it. But Pavel Dmitrievich, as always, remained silent. That night dragged on for everyone, but especially for Vlasov. Sleep vanished, and thoughts, one more terrifying than the other, flashed through the major's mind. He cursed Ivan and the day he'd captured him. We should have shot them all, leaving only the professor and the girl, and the rest to be fed to the wolves, Miron Mikhailovich said, unaware that his lips were muttering the words. He hadn't talked to himself before, but such twists in fate could have broken anyone. Finally, the sun rose over the horizon. No one behind the concrete walls saw it, but the clock was right. Diamond dozed at his post, eager to get a good night's sleep. But Khariton held him back. Take Pooh and bring the scientists here. The doctor and the bespectacled man. Just those two, no one else. While waiting for the prisoners in the laboratory, Natanich tried not to touch anything, just in case. Soon, a light thud was heard outside the door. The guards had brought in Kurochkin and Haimovich. The professor had dreamed of the bunker being captured, and upon waking, he was glad it had all been just a nightmare. But then he realized the nightmare was only just beginning. It was time to inspect the menagerie. First, Robert Karisovich showed a couple of camera recordings so Khariton could understand what he was dealing with, and then took him to examine the hybrids in person. The mutants sprawled on the floor, snoring. The cell smelled of sewage. Empty water bowls lay in the corner. And these freaks were running around our village? The leader looked sternly at Herman, assessing his strength. Yes, that's where they were caught. They've changed not only in appearance, but also here. The doctor tapped his forehead. Oh, really? Smart dogs? Khariton turned to Albert Borisovich. As usual, he remained silent unless asked directly. Their brain activity is inferior to human activity, but exceeds that of first-level infected people. First level? Natanich continued to be irritated by Kaimovich's manner of speaking in a high-flown manner.
My colleague is referring to regular zombies. Somehow, some of them mutate into these hybrids. We call them second order or second level infected. It's crucial for us to understand this transformation process. We've only just begun to study it. Keratin frowned and knitted his brows. He couldn't decide what to do next, and this was making him nervous. Meanwhile, Pooh approached Vita at arm's length and nervously scratched his Adam's apple. It's strange how we didn't notice them. They're cautious and don't attack just anyone. Mutants can hide, climb trees, and even get onto roofs. We've also taught them to eat more than just animal food. What other one? Red asked, confused. Plant-based. For example, boiled pasta. Karachkin shared new details. Taught them? But can they be trained? Like dogs? Or monkeys in a circus? Natanich's lips twisted into a wicked grin. These? I don't think so. Perhaps their offspring will succeed. Offspring? The invaders almost shouted at the same time. The scientists didn't show them any footage of the hybrids' intimate lives, and Robert Karisovich immediately regretted letting it slip. But words are like sparrows, so he had to explain. Yes, the male and female mated several times. We hope the female will be able to become pregnant. The leader's face flushed red for a second, but then returned to its normal appearance. The professor understood that Keratin valued the mutants as much as he valued Vlasov, which was to say, not at all. He needed to convince him of the importance of these creatures. The infected change, and the virus can change too. They're important for experiments and the creation of a new vaccine, Albert Borisovich drawled hoarsely. Natanich looked at Kaimovich with distrust. They could be the cause of a new infection. All of this, in any case, came from the experiments of smart guys like you. Bravo, you don't even know how right you are, you idiot, the professor thought mockingly. Hariton crouched next to the female, touched her fur, and touched the nipples on her bare, darkened chest. He pulled back her upper lip and assessed her fangs. Hariton understood that he was facing very serious adversaries. One such hybrid could cause more problems than 100 zombies. Pooh coughed into his fist and felt a prickly lump in his throat. Can you imagine facing such creatures one-on-one? That's what we'll test now. We'll see them in action. Dima, bring the commander here. When Vlasov was pushed into the cell, he decided that now he would be forced to clean up the mutants' shit. But Natanich came up with something even worse. How long until they wake up? The leader asked hoarsely. Robert Karisovich looked at his watch. We still have about 8 or 9 minutes. But they're securely tied down. The chains are strong. If you want to see how they move, just move away a little. I really want to. Take the shackles off them. Korochkin froze in stupor. Take off? Are you deaf or stupid? Do what I say, Hariton barked at the doctor. After waiting for Robert Karisovich to carry out the order, the leader pointed at the major. Now buckle him up. He'll sit here with them for company. Vlasov shuddered, backed away and shouted, no! What are you doing? Redhead, give him a sedative, demanded Natanich. Diamond slammed the butt of his rifle into the back of his head, and the major fell to his knees. Hariton then struck the prisoner in the stomach with such force that Miron Mikhailovich wheezed in pain. Vlasov's face turned brick red. His thick neck bulged even more. By the time he came to, the shackles had already snapped shut on his legs. No, Robert, help! No need. For what? The major suddenly went limp, cringed, as if the rod inside him had been snapped in half. Kurochkin merely spread his hands in confusion. I feel sorry for you, but what can I do? If I disobey, they'll kill me on the spot. And I want to live. The prisoner read in the doctor's gaze. At that moment, Herman stirred, sighed loudly, and rolled over. Vita's breathing also changed. Without opening her eyes, she began sniffing. They're waking up, Robert Korisovich whispered and looked at Kaimovich. The professor stared blankly at the hybrid's hairy back. Albert Borisovich tried to draw as little attention to himself as possible, so as not to anger the invaders. If that big guy decides one scientist is enough, I'll be right there with the major. Don't stare at me, colleague. I can't help you. For me, really, not much has changed. I'm still a prisoner, Kaimovich mused, glancing furtively around. Everyone out, Karitan demanded and pulled out a knife. Vlasov tugged at the chain, trying to free his leg. It was no use. He'd checked the shackles 10 times before placing the hybrids on them. This was the end. Now the doors would slam shut, and he would be devoured alive. Miron Mikhailovich glared at his captor, wanting to beg for mercy and curse at the same time, but the prisoner said nothing. The words stuck in the major's throat, and all that could be heard was the gnashing of teeth. Here's your chance, Natanich threw the knife to the opposite wall. A second later, the bolts clanged shut, like the steel lid of a coffin closing. Vlasov crawled on all fours, lay on his stomach, and extended his arm. The iron bracelets dug into his ankle, preventing him from moving, but he continued to reach. It seemed to the major that his thick, short fingers even lengthened slightly. The veins on his neck bulged, his face twisted in pain, and finally, his nails touched the blade. At that moment, the female woke up. The pungent scent of a human made her insides bubble. It wasn't hunger, but fear that drove her to attack. Defending her territory, Vita sank her fangs into the stranger's leg. Ah! Miron Mikhailovich screamed, pulling the blade a centimeter closer. His hand gripped the hilt, and Vlasov swung the knife into the mutant's stomach. Vita whined pitifully and jumped back. Blood oozed onto the concrete floor, but then the female realized the chains were no longer holding her. The major rose and sat on one knee, watching his opponent's every move. The next second, Herman stirred. He always wakes up second, Kurochkin's words floated back to him. The man turned and met the hybrid's gaze. The eyes were those of a beast, but something human was still visible within. The zombies looked different. Their dull, dull eyes held only hunger and emptiness. Miron Mikhailovich tried to stab the male in the throat, but Herman managed to dodge it with a barely perceptible movement. The blade merely grazed his neck, and a moment later, a powerful blow fell upon the man's head. Long claws tore the skin from ear to chin, and the major fell backward, somersaulted, and crashed into the wall. Herman suddenly retreated and looked at the female. Vita growled, baring her upper fangs, but hesitated to attack. The male could smell her blood and the scent of his prey's fear. Herman rose to his feet, straightened to his full height, and turned his head slightly to the side. He studied the man carefully, even curiously, trying to figure out what the catch was. The initial flash of rage passed, and anger gave way to caution. Come on, you monster! Come here!" His own voice gave Vlasov courage. The anticipation of a fight was far more terrifying than the fight itself. "Agar!" the mutant growled in response and crouched down, resting his hands on the floor. "Urgh!" Vida howled behind her and took a step closer to her victim. These aren't just sounds, these are words. They're talking to each other, the Major realized in horror. The hybrids separated slightly and attacked from both sides. The male attacked first. Vlasov brandished his knife and forced Herman to stop. Vida immediately tried to scratch him from the side with her claws. The Major jabbed the blade into her face, missing her eye by a centimeter. The female retreated, biding her time. Miron Mikhailovich knelt, fending off his opponents with his blade. The hybrids didn't attack simultaneously, preferring to harass and irritate their cornered prey. They rose to their feet, then crawled on all fours, resembling both wolves and cats. From the constant tension, the muscles began to tire. The person's reaction slowed down a little, and the predators felt it. "Yes," Herman drawled quietly, almost in a whisper. As if on cue, Vida attacked, but her maneuver proved a distraction. The female found a safe distance and stopped just in time. Herman lunged forward a split second too late. Vlasov didn't have time to turn, and the mutant crashed into him with all his weight. His teeth sank into his wrist, his fingers unclenched, releasing the knife. Immediately, the male sank his claws into the soft flesh between his Adam's apple and lower jaw. Then Vida attacked in earnest. His clothes were torn to shreds, and the Major felt a hellish pain in his stomach, as if his intestines had been ripped out. Herman sank his fangs into his face, tore a chunk of flesh from his cheek, and swallowed it instantly. But Vlasov didn't give up. His animal instincts had awakened too. The Major elbowed the male in the nose and kneed Vida. Interesting, Karitan commented dryly, watching the fight from the laboratory. They have tactics, Pooh noted. Like two wolves surrounding him, they didn't rush into trouble. They were cautious, the bastards. The redhead looked at Kurochkin. Hey, have you ever had fights like this before? No. It's a shame. It's a cool idea. We need to get someone else involved. We could have a bet to see who can last the longest. The doctor felt utterly devastated. The invaders were scoundrels who weren't content with simply taking all the resources. They wanted to mock the vanquished. Vlasov, for all his faults, didn't deserve such a death. If they were so afraid of him, they could have simply shot him instead of sacrificing him. Do you want me to chase you next? But I'll bet on that hairy beast, because I won't even give you a knife. Natanish's words immediately dampened Diamond's enthusiasm. The smile vanished from his red-haired, freckled face, and the boy began fidgeting in confusion. Okay, I was joking. Hariton turned away from his accomplice with disdain and pointed his finger at Kurochkin. Why are you so upset? He died like a warrior, fighting. A good death for a soldier. He would have had to be finished off anyway. Go ahead, put your little animals to sleep again. Let's go clean up. As the gas filled the chamber, Herman was feasting on still warm liver. The severed ear crunched in Vida's mouth. The mutants were covered in blood from head to toe and closed their eyes blissfully. It was the best breakfast of their lives. The male moved closer to his mate and sniffed the wound on her stomach. Vida whined, the throbbing pain growing ever more intense. But soon it dulled, and with it the taste of human flesh. The hybrids fell into a deep sleep. Finally, the ventilation cleared the chamber, and the sealed doors slid open with a soft hiss. Kurochkin entered first, immediately bending over Vida and beginning to bandage her wound. If the uterus is damaged, she may remain infertile. Look how worried you are about your own daughter, Hariton laughed. Ugh, what a stench. Pooh winced and turned away from Vlasov's mangled body. Dima couldn't hold back, bent over and vomited yesterday's dinner onto the wall. Well, here's a job for our friend Vanya. Red, bring him over and supervise him. Drag the bodies to the hangar and scrub the cell until it shines like a cat's balls. Dima quickly left the cell and went after Vorobyov.
Corpses! Albert Borisovich stared at the invader in surprise. The professor realized that this day wouldn't end with just one victim. Natanish grinned, raised his pistol, and fired a bullet into the female's head. Kurochkin screamed and jumped to the side. The doctor felt a pain as if the bullet had hit him. Khariton turned, took aim, and shot Herman through the skull. "No! No! You bastard!" Robert Harisovich forgot all fear and rushed at the leader. "Here it is, now, while there are only two of them," flashed through Kaimovich's mind. His fist crunched, snapping the surprised Pooh's nose to one side. He staggered and slammed into the bloody mess of the major's remains. The doctor's Kazanki merely grazed Natanish's jaw. The invader tossed Kurochkin aside in one motion and immediately dodged the professor's blow. Albert Borisovich continued the attack and landed a left. But Khariton, who had been fighting for as long as he could remember, didn't even flinch. The leader took a step back, assumed a comfortable stance, and kicked the scientist in the stomach with all his might. Khaimovich lost his balance and fell to the side. Tears sprang to his eyes, he caught his breath, and felt as if something inside him had burst. Meanwhile, Robert Harisovich picked up the knife Vlasov had used to fight him off and, completely distraught, lunged at Khariton. Natanich nearly shot him, but he held on and jumped aside. He still needed the doctor. Khariton blocked the blow, grabbed Kurochkin by the wrist, and twisted his arm. Robert screamed and unclenched his fist, the blade clattering onto the concrete floor. Albert Borisovich managed to come to his senses and rushed to his colleague's aid. But then a bright flash flashed in his eyes. And then everything went dark, as if someone had turned off a ceiling light. Kaimovich collapsed with a broken head, his blood mixing with that of the hybrids and the major. Pooh, in retaliation for his bloodied nose, kicked the professor in the ribs 3 more times. But Albert Borisovich lay there like a rag doll, unresponsive. Natanich slapped the doctor, knocking him down. Khariton even hit him with his palm like a shovel. Robert Borisovich slid quietly down the wall, clasped his knees, and burst into tears. Their rebellion had failed. Now it was all over for everyone. "Fuck, why the hell did you do that to him?" The leader looked at Pooh with displeasure. "So they wanted to kill us. They're nerds. Grab them by the throat and they'll start gushing." A light slap would have been enough. And now, another dead man. He shouldn't have been killed. Shouldn't have been. Kurochkin looked at the lifeless Kaimovich, his whole body shaking in horror. Now he was alone. Completely alone.